Have you ever wondered what would happen if while you slept, something deep within you began to heal? Not through effort, not through struggle, but through a quiet remembrance of who you truly are. Tonight, as you listen, something beautiful will begin to awaken inside you. Your mind will rest, your body will remember its divine order, and your subconscious, that silent servant that never sleeps, will begin to rewrite every line of pain, fear, and limitation it has ever accepted. I want you to imagine this clearly. As these words flow into your awareness, they are not mere sounds, they are instructions. Sacred codes traveling into the deepest levels of your consciousness, the lost language of inner healing. Your cells, every one of them, are listening. They listen to your thoughts, your emotions, your words. They remember the truth you have forgotten, that you were never broken, only misinformed. You are not a victim of your body. Your body is the reflection of your most intimate beliefs. And as you drift into sleep tonight, those beliefs are going to change. Where there was fear, peace will enter. Where there was tension, harmony will return. Where there was illness, divine life will begin to move freely again. You may not understand it with your intellect, but your subconscious understands perfectly. It knows the rhythm of faith. It responds to authority, to conviction, to the language of truth spoken in stillness. As you breathe now, let this truth settle in. There is a presence within you that knows how to heal. It is infinite intelligence itself, and it has never left you. All healing is remembering. All transformation is a return to alignment. Tonight, while you sleep, your subconscious will be re-educated, realigned, and reawakened to its divine pattern. You will hear these words again and again, not to convince your mind, but to impress your soul. So as you rest, let go of control. Let go of trying to fix anything. You need not struggle anymore. Simply listen, because in the next few hours, the lost language of healing, the one spoken not by your lips but by your spirit, will begin to speak again. And when it does, the body must obey. Now breathe, slowly, deeply. You are safe. You are loved. You are whole. Before we begin this night's journey, let us prepare the mind and the body. Lie down somewhere comfortable. Let your hands rest loosely by your sides, and close your eyes. You've spent the whole day thinking, doing, worrying, moving. Now there is nothing left to do. This moment is sacred. It belongs only to peace. Take a slow breath in through your nose and gently release it through your mouth. Feel the weight of your body sinking deeper into the bed, the chair, the ground beneath you. You are supported. You are safe. You are home. Now breathe again, in, out, each breath slower than the one before. Let the rhythm of your breathing become the rhythm of the universe itself. The same divine intelligence that moves the tides, that guides the stars, is now guiding your breath. If thoughts come, let them drift away like clouds across a still sky. You don't need to hold them. You don't need to fight them. Just observe them and let them dissolve into silence. Feel your forehead soften. Let your jaw unclench. Let your shoulders drop completely. All tension is leaving your body. Every muscle is obeying the command of peace. Now silently say within yourself, I rest in divine order. I release the day. All is well. Feel the truth of those words vibrate gently through your being. Every cell is listening. Every nerve is relaxing. Every organ is slowing into perfect harmony. Your heart beats calmly like a sacred drum, keeping time with eternity. Your mind grows quieter, slower, softer, and your subconscious begins to open like fertile soil ready to receive new life. In this sacred stillness, we will plant the seeds of healing. They will take root while you sleep. They will bloom while you dream. You need not try. The divine intelligence within you knows exactly what to do. Just surrender to this peace, and let the healing begin. Now as you continue breathing slowly, the world fades away. Only the rhythm of your breath remains, and the whisper of truth beneath it. You are ready. The mind is quiet. The body is still. The soul is listening. Before we begin, I want you to do something simple but deeply powerful. Go to the comments and write these words. I am ready to heal. This is not just a phrase. It's a signal, a sacred declaration to your subconscious mind. When you write it, you are giving your inner self permission to restore, to release, to remember its divine pattern. Every healing begins with a decision, and that decision is made in the language your subconscious understands: conviction. So write it now, before you close your eyes. Let your mind, your body, and the universe itself know You are ready to heal. Now, let us begin. You've declared it. You are ready to heal. So from this moment forward, there is nothing more to do, only to allow. Let your body rest a little deeper. Let your breath slow down until it feels like the sea, calm, endless, eternal. Every sound you hear will only take you further into peace. Every word you hear from now on is a gentle instruction to your subconscious, the part of you that never sleeps, that knows exactly how to restore balance, harmony in life. You may drift into dreams, and that is perfect. Because even while you sleep, the work continues. Your subconscious will listen, it will respond. It will begin the sacred process of healing, silently, intelligently, completely. So rest now, beloved soul. Rest in the knowledge that all is well. The healing has already begun, and as you drift into sleep, your subconscious will carry on the work, restoring, renewing, and reminding every cell of who you truly are. Sleep peacefully now, and let the divine within you take command. What if healing was not in pills, but in a sentence? I ask you this not as a poet, but as a man who has watched bodies change because a single truth was spoken with conviction. There is a physician living in you this very moment, one who never sleeps, never charges a fee, never leaves your bedside. It is the silent architect of your breath, the faithful keeper of your heartbeat, the tireless restorer of every cell, your subconscious mind. All your life you have spoken to others. Tonight I invite you to speak to the one listener who has obeyed you since the day you were born. For your subconscious takes your inner words as law. It is impartial and exact. It does not argue. It builds. When you say, I am tired, I am weak, nothing ever heals, the inner doctor receives those orders and organizes your chemistry to comply. And when you say, I am strong, I am whole, life renews me now, it receives those orders too and begins the sacred work of restoration. Hear me. Your suffering is not a punishment from heaven, nor a verdict written in your stars. In most cases, it is an instruction, misdirected, repeated, and faithfully carried out by the servant that lives within you. The body is innocent. It merely obeys belief. So I will show you how to give it a new command. 11 simple words that turn the orchestra from discord to harmony. Tonight you will meet the physician within, and you will learn to speak to it as a master speaks to a loyal friend, calmly, lovingly, and with authority. For the law is simple. What is impressed is expressed. And when you change the sentence you live by, you change the body that lives it. Your body listens, always. Every sigh, every silent complaint, every whispered "I can't" becomes a command written into flesh. You may believe your thoughts vanish into the air, but they do not. They echo in your nervous system, travel through your bloodstream, and shape the rhythm of your heart. When you speak fear, the body tenses. Muscles tighten, breath shortens, and the chemistry of distress begins to flow. When you speak resentment, acids rise and digestion falters. When you speak guilt, the immune system weakens, as if the body itself feels unworthy of protection. But when you speak love, the heart releases endorphins. When you speak faith, the blood flows in harmony. When you speak joy, every cell brightens with new life. You see, there are two languages spoken by the mind, the language of fear and the language of truth. The language of fear says, something is wrong with me. I am broken. I must fight to survive. The language of truth says, I am whole. I am guided. Life itself is healing me now. Both are prayers. Both are heard. The only difference is which one you repeat most often. The body has no power to argue. It is not your enemy, nor your judge. It does not punish, nor reward. It simply obeys the dominant vibration impressed upon it. Like clay in the hands of the potter, it takes the shape of the belief that molds it. This is why you must learn to speak to your body with authority, but also with love. The authority of truth is not loud, it is steady. The love that heals is not dramatic, it is sincere. When you say to your body, peace, be still, the nerves obey. When you whisper, I am safe now, the heart slows and steadies. When you affirm, the life of God flows through me, the cells align to that order. Every function in your body is listening for your tone, not your words alone, but the feeling beneath them. You are its master conductor, and your emotion is the baton. If your inner voice trembles with fear, the orchestra falters. But if your command carries the calm of truth, the music returns to harmony. So tonight I ask you to listen. not to your pain, not to your past, but to the voice that has been whispering all along, I am life itself. Speak to me and I will obey. If this message spoke to your soul, don't let it stay in silence. Speak your healing into existence. When you declare your truth publicly, you're not just commenting, you're affirming it to your subconscious and to the universe. It's an act of faith, a sacred signal that says, I am ready to be restored. So right now, go to the comments and write, I listen to my body and my body will heal. Because when you write it, you're not just saying words, you're giving your body a command of love. You're telling life itself, I'm listening and I am ready to heal. Every disease begins first as an idea. Long before pain reaches the body, it is born as an impression in the mind, a thought repeated, a feeling indulged, a fear left unchecked. The body does not invent suffering, it only performs the instructions it is given. A man once came to me and said, Dr. Murphy, I don't know what's wrong with me. I'm always tired. I listened quietly, for I knew that his words carried the secret. He had been repeating this phrase for years, not realizing that every I'm always tired was a command impressed upon his subconscious. The inner doctor, faithful and literal, simply said, very well, and set the body's chemistry to match the order. His energy faded because he asked it to. Another woman said to me, my nerves are shattered. She spoke it daily to her friends, her family, herself. Her subconscious did not question the statement, did not pause to reason, it only obeyed. Soon her hands trembled, her digestion failed, her sleep was broken. The body is innocent, it only obeys belief. Understand this clearly, your body has no power to disobey the mind that commands it. It cannot rebel, it cannot resist, it merely reflects. Whatever image dominates your consciousness, the body reproduces in form. When you speak of sickness with conviction, you build it. When you speak of health with faith, you build that too. The law is impartial, and it works whether you use it wisely or not. The subconscious is not moral or immoral, it is mechanical, precise, exact. It takes the blueprint you hand it, and constructs the body accordingly. You may plead for healing with your lips, yet speak weakness in your heart, and the subconscious will follow the heart. It always does. You might say, I want to be well, but if your dominant belief is, I can't heal, the inner doctor will honor the deeper command. So I tell you, the words you whisper in silence are prescriptions, and your body swallows them every day. Some are poison, some are medicine. You decide which. Once you understand this, the power returns to you. You are no longer a victim of circumstance, but a director of cause. You can choose new sentences, words that give life, not drain it. You can say, I am filled with strength. My body is my friend. Every organ listens to the law of harmony. And when those words are repeated with feeling, the body will listen. It must, for the body is innocent. It only obeys belief. There is a single law that governs all healing, simple, exact, and inescapable. What is impressed is expressed. The subconscious mind does not judge the seed you plant. It does not ask whether it is wise, whether it will bless you or break you. It simply receives the impression and brings it forth into form. It is like fertile soil, perfect, neutral, obedient. Plant thorns, and it grows thorns. Plant roses, and it grows roses. The soil never argues with the sower, so it is with your mind. The subconscious never says this is wrong for you. It never rejects your command. If you tell it I am sick, I am weak, I am cursed, it will work day and night to prove you right. If you tell it, I am whole, I am divine, I am guided, it will labor with the same precision to build that truth in your flesh. The law makes no exceptions. It favors no one, it obeys all who use it, whether in ignorance or in wisdom, and most of humanity, without knowing, has been using this divine law against itself. We speak carelessly, complain habitually, and wonder why our bodies echo those very words. But hear this, the same law that can destroy can restore, the same power that built your pain can rebuild your peace. Once you understand that your subconscious is not your enemy but your servant, you begin to speak differently. You no longer plead, you command, not with arrogance, but with faith. You no longer beg for health, you declare it. You no longer fight disease, you dissolve it by replacing its image with truth. For the law is unwavering. What is impressed is expressed. And there are words, 11 sacred words that align your body with this divine law of harmony. They are not spells. They are not magic. They are instructions given to the inner architect who has been waiting for clear direction. When spoken with faith, these words carry the vibration of divine order itself. They rewrite the blueprint, reawaken the body's original design, and restore balance where chaos once ruled. I will reveal them soon. But before I do, you must understand the hand that writes them, your belief. Because no words, no ritual, no prayer can reach the subconscious without belief. The words are the vehicle. Belief is the current. Once the two unite, nothing is impossible. Every word you speak is a vibration, a ripple in the invisible field of creation. When you say I am, the universe listens. When you declare I have, the subconscious records it as fact. When you affirm I am becoming, the inner forces of life begin to move in that direction. The spoken word is not mere sound, it is command. Each syllable carries a frequency, and that frequency imprints upon the subconscious like a seal upon wax. Your subconscious does not understand jokes or sarcasm. It cannot tell the difference between truth and falsehood. It only knows vibration. Whatever tone you repeat most often, in words, feelings, and images, becomes law for your body. This is why careless speech is dangerous. When you say I'm so tired, the body obeys. When you sigh I'm falling apart, the subconscious begins construction on decay. When you murmur, I'll never get better, the inner doctor closes its hands, for it has been told to stop working. But when you declare I am strong, life surges through you. When you affirm I am whole, every cell listens and adjusts. When you whisper I am peace, the nerves calm, the heart steadies, the chemistry of harmony begins to flow. Every I am is a decree, and your body is the servant. This is no metaphor, this is law. Think of your subconscious as the loyal builder of your temple. It waits in stillness for the next command, blueprint in hand, ready to shape whatever image you choose. When you give it words charged with emotion, it rushes to obey. Say I am radiant with life, and it begins mixing hormones, balancing chemistry, repairing tissues to mirror that command. Say I am broken, and it organizes the same energies toward collapse. You see, the spoken word is not empty air. It is creative fire. Every prophet, every mystic, every healer across the ages has known this truth. In the beginning was the Word. The Word was not a sound. It was consciousness made audible. It was the vibration of conviction, the tone of faith, the living frequency of I am. And you, made in the image of that creative power, carry the same authority. Your words are your wands, your sentences are your scripts, and your emotions are the ink with which you write the story of your flesh. Now, my friend, we come to the turning point. The moment the invisible becomes visible, I have told you that every word is a command, every sentence a seed, every I am a decree. Tonight you will hold in your hands a sentence of power. 11 living words that awaken the inner physician, the silent builder of your flesh. These words are not to be repeated as superstition or empty ritual. They are to be spoken as truth. Calmly, reverently, as if each syllable carried the breath of creation itself. Here they are. The healing presence of God flows through every cell of my body now. 11 words, yet within them lies the entire law of restoration. Say them once, and the air seems to tremble. Say them with faith, and the universe within you begins to rearrange itself. Speak them slowly, as though whispering to a sleeping friend, for that is what your subconscious is. A loyal friend waiting for instruction. Let us speak them together. The healing presence of God flows through every cell of my body now. Pause after each phrase and feel it, not as a wish but as a present reality. When you say the healing presence of God, you are invoking the divine intelligence that made your body and knows how to restore it. When you say flows through, you are giving that power, movement, permission, direction. You are releasing it from mental prison. When you say every cell of my body, you are speaking to the very architects of your life, the living atoms that obey consciousness. And when you close with now, you seal the command in time, bringing eternity into this very moment. This is not poetry. It is metaphysics in motion. Your subconscious mind is electromagnetic in nature. Every word you speak with emotion sends a vibration through the nervous system, altering the very chemistry of your cells. When you speak these 11 words with faith, your body receives the message as literal truth. Circulation improves. Hormones balance. The immune system awakens. The heart rhythm steadies. The entire organism aligns with the blueprint of health you have declared. But it is not the sound alone that heals. It is the feeling that accompanies it. Say it without emotion, and it is only air. Say it with conviction, and it becomes law. For feeling is the bridge between mind and matter. The subconscious does not respond to the words themselves, but to the emotional tone with which they are spoken. When you feel peace as you say, the healing presence of God flows through every cell of my body now, that peace becomes chemistry. When you feel gratitude, it becomes energy. When you feel faith, it becomes healing substance. Do not force belief. Let it grow naturally through repetition. Speak these 11 words each morning and each night, as you would water a sacred garden. The subconscious does not resist constancy. It yields to it, and in time, as surely as dawn follows darkness, the body will conform to the image impressed upon it. Remember, the law does not ask when. It only asks what. What will you impress tonight? Whisper it again with love. The healing presence of God flows through every cell of my body now. That is your decree. That is your medicine, and your inner doctor is already at work. Now that you know the words, let me tell you what happens when they are spoken, not once, not half-heartedly, but with a steady rhythm of faith. Because faith, when sustained, becomes the bridge between the unseen and the seen. A woman once came to me, her heart failing both in strength and in spirit. Doctors told her there was little more to do. Each night she lay awake, whispering her fears into the darkness. When she found these 11 words, she wept. She told me later, I didn't believe them at first, but I had nothing left to lose. So she began, softly at first, her voice trembling, almost afraid of hope. The healing presence of God flows through every cell of my body now. She said them before sleep, when the body's gate to the subconscious is open. She said them upon waking, when thought is fresh and impression deep. She said them until the words began to breathe her, rather than she them, and something subtle began to happen. Her fear lessened, her face grew peaceful. She found herself humming again, cooking again, living again. Weeks later, her doctor looked at the scans and said, almost puzzled, your heart is recovering. She smiled and replied, it's not my heart that changed, it's my belief. Then there was a man, paralyzed from the waist down after an accident. He had read my works but said, Dr. Murphy, it's too late for me. I told him gently, it is never too late for consciousness. He began the same practice, though his body would not yet move. Each morning he imagined the current of life flowing through his legs as he repeated, the healing presence of God flows through every cell of my body now. He felt warmth, a tingling, like a river awakening after winter. Days passed, then weeks, and one morning, his toe twitched. He thought it was coincidence. But then it happened again. Within months he could stand with support. Within a year he walked unassisted into my lecture hall and said through tears, I believed, and life believed with me. And there was a child blind from birth. His mother came, broken and exhausted, asking, can God restore what was never there? I told her, God doesn't restore, God reveals. She began speaking over her son each night while he slept. The healing presence of God flows through every cell of my body now. She did not plead. She affirmed. She held no image of pity, only light. Months later, during prayer, the boy began describing colors, blue like water, yellow like sunlight. The doctors could not explain it, but the mother understood. Her faith had created the channel through which divine sight could flow. These were not miracles of chance. They were the laws of mind fulfilled through belief. It was not the words alone that healed, it was the conviction that followed repetition. Each of them had crossed from wish to knowing. They had ceased to beg for healing and had begun to embody it. Faith, when sustained, becomes law, and law, when impressed upon the subconscious, must express. This is the mystery that seems like magic yet is perfectly natural. As Joseph Murphy said, it is done unto you as you believe, not because the universe is merciful or cruel, but because it is exact. These souls did not discover something new, they simply remembered an ancient truth. The body is the shadow of belief. Change the belief, and the shadow must change too. Many people call these things miracles, yet they are nothing more than the natural law of mind expressed through faith. And what once seemed mystical, science now begins to confirm. Your subconscious mind is not some distant mystery, It is the intelligence that governs every involuntary act within your body. It directs your heart to beat more than 100,000 times each day. It regulates your temperature, your digestion, your hormones, your immune defenses. It controls every process that keeps you alive. Silently, faithfully, perfectly. And this same intelligence listens to the tone of your consciousness. The moment you speak, your nervous system translates those words into electrical impulses. These impulses travel through the vagus nerve, the spinal cord, the sympathetic and parasympathetic systems influencing every organ. The chemistry of the body shifts in response to what you feel and believe. When you say, "I am calm," the breath deepens, blood vessels dilate, the heartbeat steadies. The brain releases serotonin and dopamine, the body's tranquilizers. When you say, "I am afraid," the opposite occurs. Adrenaline floods the bloodstream, cortisol rises, inflammation ignites. Your body is an obedient echo of your emotional state. Each thought, each word, creates a corresponding biochemical reaction. You are, quite literally, programming your biology with your beliefs. Neurochemistry has proven what faith has always known. The subconscious mind cannot distinguish between what is vividly imagined and what is physically experienced. To the brain, imagination is experience. When you affirm, "The healing presence of God flows through every cell of my body now," and you feel it as real, the brain begins constructing that reality chemically. New neural pathways form, immune cells respond, the body reorganizes toward health. This is why visualization, prayer, and affirmations work. They recondition the subconscious. They replace fear impressions with faith impressions. Modern research in neuroplasticity calls it rewiring. Joseph Murphy called it scientific prayer. Both describe the same phenomenon, the power of sustained thought to reshape the inner and outer world. So you see, faith is not opposed to science. It is science in its purest form, consciousness operating according to law. As I have said before, science now proves what faith has always known, that your mind is the architect of your body, that emotion is the language of command, that belief is chemistry, that every healing is the rearrangement of energy directed by consciousness. The ancients called it the divine mind. Physicists call it the quantum field, but by any name it is the same creative intelligence, responding precisely, unfailingly to the vibration of your inner word. And so, when you speak those 11 words, you are not defying science, you are fulfilling it. You are aligning thought, feeling, and body into a single harmonious command. The healing presence of God flows through every cell of my body now. It is both a prayer and a neurological instruction. It is metaphysics made medicine. It is consciousness becoming form. When you are ready, sit quietly. Let the noise of the outer world fall away. Close your eyes and take a slow, gentle breath. Let peace settle over you, like soft light upon still waters. In this calm, you are closer to the divine mind. In this stillness, your words will carry power. Now place your hand upon your heart. Feel it beating. That rhythm is the song of life itself, the silent pulse of God moving through you. Whisper to your heart, "Peace, be still." Do it softly. The subconscious hears better in silence than in shouting. Your hand tells the body, "I am safe now," and the body believes it. Breathe again. With every breath, imagine you are drawing light into your being. With every exhale, release the tension, the fear, the doubt. You do not need to force anything. Divine healing flows best through relaxation. The calmer you are, the more receptive the subconscious becomes. Now very softly, speak these words. Let them rise from the heart, not from the lips alone. The healing presence of God flows through every cell of my body now. Say them slowly, as though each word were a thread of gold being woven into your flesh. Feel the meaning of every phrase. When you say the healing presence of God, imagine the divine intelligence awakening within you, the same intelligence that made you, repairing, renewing, restoring. When you say flows through, feel the movement of that presence like a river washing through every organ, every tissue, every hidden place. When you say every cell of my body, see it, trillions of living sparks, each one listening, each one responding. And when you say now, feel the power of that word. Not tomorrow, not one day. Now, repeat it again gently with love. The healing presence of God flows through every cell of my body now. Do not hurry. Let each syllable carry feeling. The subconscious does not respond to the sound of words. It responds to their vibration, to the emotion behind them. If you speak mechanically, it will remain asleep. But if you speak with faith, even a small faith, it will stir and begin to work wonders. Do this upon waking before the world touches you with its noise, and again at night before you sleep when the conscious mind grows quiet and the gate of the subconscious is open. Those are the two sacred hours of transformation. Morning and night, the time when spirit whispers most clearly. When you speak these words before sleep, see your body bathed in a golden light, flowing gently from your head to your feet. Feel it moving through your blood, your bones, your nerves, carrying peace, carrying order, carrying divine perfection. And as you drift into rest, know that your inner physician, the silent healer within, will continue its work through the night. You need not repeat it 1,000 times. Once spoken with conviction, it is done. During the day, if you feel weakness or fear, close your eyes for a moment. Place your hand upon your heart, breathe, and whisper the words once more. Do not test them. Do not wonder if they are working. The seed grows best when you stop digging for proof. The subconscious accepts repetition, rhythm, and calm assurance. In time it will take root and bear fruit. Write the sentence down in your own hand once a day. Handwriting engraves belief deeper than thought alone. When you write, imagine you are inscribing truth into the very fabric of your being. See the words glowing on the page. Say them softly as you write them. Feel gratitude, as though the healing were already complete, because in the invisible it is. Speak kindly of your body throughout the day. Never curse it, never complain about it. It hears every word, it believes every word. If you say, I am old, I am tired, I am broken, it obeys. If you say, I am renewed, I am strong, I am filled with life, it obeys that too. The law makes no distinction. It simply fulfills the pattern you impress upon it. And so morning and night, let your ritual be simple. Quiet the mind, feel the breath, touch the heart. Speak the 11 words with tenderness and faith. Give thanks as though it were already done. Then let go. Rest in the assurance that the divine mind, the healing presence of God, is at work within you now. For the truth is this: you are not forcing healing, you are allowing it. You are not begging for health, you are remembering that it is already yours. And when that remembrance becomes stronger than your fear, the body will conform to it perfectly. So tonight, before you sleep, whisper once more, the healing presence of God flows through every cell of my body now. And as the words fade into stillness, know that something deep within you has heard, has understood, and has begun to obey. There will come a time, and it comes for every soul who begins this sacred work, when the sky seems silent. You will speak the words with sincerity. You will pray, you will feel, and still, nothing will seem to change. The pain might remain, the body might still ache, the mirror might still reflect the same weakness, the same wound, and in that stillness, in that delay, the old voice begins to whisper, it isn't working. Maybe this is foolish. Perhaps I am meant to suffer. Ah, my friend, that voice is not truth. It is habit. It is the echo of years of disbelief, rising for one last protest before it fades. In those moments, you stand in what I call the desert of faith, a dry, lonely place where nothing seems to bloom, though the seed is already planted deep beneath the soil. The mind begins to doubt, because it cannot see movement. But the work of the subconscious is invisible. Its roots grow downward before the stem breaks through the ground. The farmer, wise in the laws of nature, does not stand over his field each morning to see if the seed has sprouted. He does not dig it up to check. He waters it, he trusts it, he leaves it in peace. He knows that the laws of life are unfailing. So it is with your healing. When you declare the healing presence of God flows through every cell of my body now, you have planted the seed. You have impressed the subconscious. You have released divine order into motion, and just as the soil must obey the seed, the body must obey the mind. The only power that can interrupt this sacred process is doubt. Doubt is the hand that digs up the seed before it can grow. You see, faith and doubt are not opposites in a war. They are different levels of belief. Doubt is faith in the wrong direction, faith in fear, faith in appearances, faith in the power of illness. It is still belief, but misplaced. When you look at your body and say, nothing has changed, you are affirming stagnation. You are watering the weeds instead of the roses. The subconscious, ever obedient, receives that new order, continue as before. So what must you do? You must hold your peace. You must choose faith again, not as emotion, but as discipline. Faith is not a feeling, it is fidelity to the truth, even when appearances contradict it. When the pain rises, say quietly, "This too is healing in disguise." When fatigue comes, whisper, "The power of God renews me now." When fear shouts, reply softly, "Peace, be still." Do not fight doubt. Fighting only gives it reality. Simply turn away, like closing a curtain on a play you no longer wish to watch. Return to the truth. The healing presence of God flows through every cell of my body now. Speak it as if it were already done, because in the divine, it is. Time is only the space through which the invisible becomes visible. Remember this: you are never waiting for the law to work. The law is working now. You are only waiting for your faith to mature into conviction. At first your words may feel like dry echoes in an empty room. That is all right. Continue. Each repetition is a drop of water, softening stone. The subconscious learns through rhythm, through repetition, through feeling. Every time you speak the truth, you carve a new path in the mind, and one day, suddenly, the river will begin to flow there. You will notice a small sign: the pain a little lighter, the breath a little easier, the sleep a little deeper. Then you will realize that the miracle began long before you saw it. It began the moment you believed enough to plant the seed. So when doubt comes, and it will smile at it gently and say, "You are only a shadow, the light has already come." Trust the law, it is exact. It cannot fail, because it is God's own nature expressing through you. Never measure your progress by the body alone. Measure it by your peace. When your peace deepens, the body must follow. There is a sacred rhythm to all creation. The sun does not rush to rise. The flower does not force its bloom. In the same way, your healing unfolds in divine order. Be patient with yourself. Speak kindly to yourself. And know that, in this very moment, even as you listen, the life of God is at work in you, unseen, unfelt perhaps, but real, unstoppable, eternal. So hold your faith as the farmer holds his seed. Protect it from the winds of fear. Water it with gratitude. Warm it with love. And above all, do not dig it up with doubt, for the day will come, quietly, naturally, when you will look back and realize that what once was pain has become peace. What once was weakness has become strength, and you will know that it was not time that healed you, nor chance, nor medicine alone. It was belief. It was the seed of truth, sown in faith, tended in silence, and harvested in joy. There is a medicine the chemist cannot bottle, a surgery no instrument can perform, and yet it is the very thing that turns disease into ease. I speak of forgiveness. The body cannot keep singing if the soul insists on holding the sour note. Resentment is a command, and the subconscious obeys it faithfully. Bitterness says to the nerves, "Tighten." It says to the blood, "Grow hot." It says to the stomach, "Twist." But love says, "Loosen." Peace says, "Flow." And forgiveness says, "Be free." What you decree in feeling becomes the chemistry of your flesh. This is not poetry only, it is law. I learned long ago that many ailments do not begin in the bones or the blood, but in the remembered injury. A word spoken years ago, a betrayal, a silent wound carried like a hidden stone. You think you have tucked it away, but the body remembers the weight. It bends to compensate, it tightens to guard, it aches to remind you that something has not yet been released. When the heart lets go, the body lets down its armor, and life moves again. Perhaps you say, "But they do not deserve my forgiveness." My friend, forgiveness is not a pardon you hand to another. It is the key that unlocks your own cell. It does not say, "What they did was right." It says, "I refuse to carry this poison one day more." Your subconscious does not care whom you blame. It only hears the charge you hold and manufactures the chemistry to match it. Release the charge and you release the chemistry. Release the chemistry and you release the condition. This is why I've seen tumors soften when hatred softens. Why pain eases when the past is blessed and set down. How then shall we forgive? Not by gritting the teeth and pretending to be noble, but by telling the truth to the deeper mind and impressing it with a new order. Sit quietly where you will not be disturbed. Place your hand upon your heart, for touch is a language the body understands. Breathe slowly until your breath and your pulse begin to converse like old friends. Do not analyze, do not rehearse the arguments, you have done that enough. Speak simply and with authority, the way a king speaks to his steward. I release the past, I forgive everyone, I forgive myself, I am free. Say it again, a little softer, as if you were speaking to a frightened child. I release the past. I forgive everyone. I forgive myself. I am free. And then once more, not as a hope, but as a fact already established in the court of heaven, it is finished. I am free. There will be a protest in the mind. Old images may arise, scenes, voices, faces. Do not push them down. Let them pass before you as actors upon a stage taking their final bow. To each image, offer the same benediction. I bless you and I set you free. You are powerless to hurt me now. If tears come, let them come. They are the river washing the dust from the stones of memory. You are not becoming weak. You are becoming clean. Now imagine above your head a clear, living light, not harsh, not cold, but warm as a spring morning. It is the water of divine consciousness, the perpetual flow of love and intelligence from the heart of God. See this waterfall of light descending like a veil of shimmering peace. Let it rest upon your scalp, soaking gently into your head, your brain, your eyes. Whisper inwardly, the healing presence of God flows through every cell of my body now. Feel that light water rinse the mind of old pictures, dissolve the brittle crust of judgment, polish the lenses of your perception until they are transparent again. Allow the river to move down into the throat. Many carry unspoken words here, accusations never uttered, apologies never offered. The throat is a doorway between heart and mind. Open it with a smile. I release the past, I forgive. I am free. See the light water washing the chords of your voice, softening the places where resentment had tied knots. Imagine the breath moving like a tide, in and out, carrying away what is not needed. Let the river fall into the chest, the holy chamber of the heart. This is where the oldest letters are kept. The promises broken, the love lost, the grief folded and refolded until the paper thins. Open those letters to the light, read them one last time and then offer them to the river. Watch the ink run, the parchment melt, the story lose its power. Say gently, divine love dissolves everything unlike itself. I bless and release. I am free. Rest in that warmth a while. Your heart has longed for this. It does not wish to be a courtroom, it wishes to be a cathedral. Now feel the water descend to the solar plexus, where the will has strained and clenched trying to control what cannot be controlled. Loosen. I surrender my old defenses. I trust the law of life. I let go and I am held. See the river washing away the soot of fear, leaving the gold beneath. Down it flows to the abdomen, blessing the organs that digest not only food but emotion. Tell them you digest all experiences in peace and harmony. You absorb what blesses you and release the rest. See every process made smooth, every function at ease. Let the current move into the hips, the thighs, the knees, places that hold the weight of pride and the memory of sudden blows. I bend without breaking. I move forward in grace. Feel the calves, the ankles, the feet bathed in light. I am steady, I walk in peace. Finally, imagine the river flowing out through the soles, carrying into the earth anything the body no longer needs. The ground receives it, transforms it, returns it as strength. Nothing is wasted in the kingdom of God. Sit for a few moments in the afterglow, as one does after rain when the air is new. Notice the quiet. The quiet is not empty, it is full. In this quiet, speak to your subconscious as a loving master to a faithful servant. Carry this forgiveness into every cell. Maintain this peace as the normal condition of my life. When old thoughts try to return, remind me, I have released them. The subconscious loves clear orders given with feeling. It will obey and make a habit of harmony, where a habit of hurt once lived. You may say, but what of the one who wounded me? Leave them in God. You do not have the full account of their sorrow, their ignorance, their fear. You are not required to call darkness light. You are invited to cease drinking the poison of yesterday. Forgiveness is not reunion, it is release. It is you turning your face from the tomb and walking toward morning. And as you turn, the body follows. There is another forgiveness often neglected, and it is the most powerful of all, self-forgiveness. How many punish their bodies for the sins of their yesterdays? They speak to their own flesh with contempt. They accuse their own organs as if they were enemies. Stop this trial. Call your whole being into the sanctuary and say, I am learning, I am growing, I was doing what I knew, I choose now a better way. Then place your hand again upon the heart, and whisper, I love you. I am with you. We are safe. The body hears this like a soldier hearing the trumpeter call him home from war. It lays down its arms. It rests. And when it rests, it heals. Each night, before sleep, practice this ablution of light. Let the last image you give the subconscious be the river of forgiveness washing through you, and the last decree be simple and sovereign. The healing presence of God flows through every cell of my body now. I release. I forgive. I am free. Fall asleep in that feeling. While you sleep, the inner physician will take your order and carry it through the silent cities of your cells. Old memories will be filed in the archive of wisdom instead of the dungeon of grievance. Circulation will loosen. Breath will deepen. Muscles will unclench the grudges they have been holding for you. In the morning, you will find a new softness inside you, and strength will rise from that softness as surely as a river rises from a spring. If during the day an old thought knocks on the door, do not invite it to supper. Nod politely and let it pass. If you are tempted to rehearse an injury, pause and drink a glass of water as a sacrament of remembrance. As you drink, say under your breath, I bless and release. Only love remains. This small rite tells the subconscious, we keep no ledger of wrongs here. We keep only the record of truth. Repetition makes it a law in you. I have watched stubborn illnesses bow before one sincere act of forgiveness. I have watched pain dissolve when the name long avoided is finally spoken in blessing. I have seen faces change shape, as if a tight mask were removed, revealing the original countenance beneath, the one made in the image of God. This is not sentiment, it is science of the soul. What is impressed is expressed. Impress love, and love expresses as chemistry, as rhythm, as health. Do not fear that forgiving will make you foolish. It will make you free. Do not worry that releasing will make you weak. It will make you well. The law of life will not let you be diminished by love. It will only multiply you. As you forgive, you cut the cords by which yesterday tried to steer your blood, and your blood finds its own holy current again. Now before we close, let us seal the work with a gentle decree. Say it softly, with feeling, so the deeper mind may drink it like rain. I release the past. I forgive everyone. I forgive myself. I am free. The healing presence of God flows through every cell of my body. Now my heart is light. My nerves are calm. My blood is pure. My whole being rests in peace. Sit in the echo of those words until the echo turns to music, and the music to silence, and the silence to a smile that needs no reason. That smile is your sign. The soul has shifted. The body will follow. Carry this practice as you would carry a small vial of fragrance. A drop upon the hand of an hour is enough to sweeten the day. In time you will notice that the old stories no longer find you. They knock and no one answers. They wander off. New stories find you instead. Ease where there was effort, tenderness where there was tension, breath where there was burden. And you will know, as surely as the river knows the sea, that forgiveness was never you excusing evil, it was you choosing life. Bless the past and set it down. Bless the body and set it free. Bless yourself and stand up straight in the morning light. The law is faithful. The river is already running. Step into it now. After many days of practice, 90, perhaps more, perhaps less, something remarkable begins to happen, though not in the way the world expects. At first you may notice only small things. You wake with a lighter heart. The air feels clearer. The weight behind your eyes gone. A calm begins to walk beside you where anxiety once hurried. Your breath deepens, your face softens, the body starts to listen in a new way. But the real change, the true healing, is happening far beneath the surface of the skin. There comes a morning when you realize you are no longer performing the practice, you have become it. The words no longer feel like something you say to convince yourself. They are simply true. The healing presence of God flows through every cell of my body now. You do not speak it anymore, you feel it as fact. It has become your natural language, the silent rhythm of your being. What began as a ritual of repetition has turned into remembrance. Healing was never something to get, it was something to remember. You have not called something foreign into the body, you have simply cleared the clouds that covered the sun already shining there. The divine presence that created you has always been present, waiting only for your permission to act freely again. In those 90 days of faith, something sacred unfolds. The mind, the body, and the spirit begin to live in harmony. You no longer fight your body or plead with it. You speak to it as a friend. You no longer chase health as a prize. You express it as your nature. Fear loses its voice, for you have learned the language of peace. You begin to move differently through the world. The small irritations that used to tighten your chest now pass through you like waves through clear water. You respond instead of react. Gratitude rises unbidden. You no longer wake to dread but to quiet joy. The subconscious, once filled with confusion, now hums in order, directing the body with precision, the mind with serenity, the heart with love. The body, too, reflects this new order. Old pains ease, organs find their rhythm, nerves settle into peace. Even the expression of your face changes. The muscles once clenched in defense soften into trust. People begin to ask you what you have done differently, as if a secret light had been turned on behind your eyes. You will smile because you know that no light was added. It was only uncovered. There was never a time when the healing presence was absent. Only your awareness was asleep. The 90 days are not a race to reach something. They are a pilgrimage back to what you always were. The one who began the journey was tired, fearful, divided. The one who arrives is whole. You will notice that you no longer speak the affirmations out of effort. They become the music under your breath, the pulse of your thoughts, the tone of your inner voice. You may find yourself whispering them without trying, while walking, while washing, while sitting in stillness. The subconscious has accepted the pattern so deeply that it now speaks the truth back to you automatically. And in this new rhythm of life, you discover that healing was never about the body alone. It was the soul learning to breathe again. When you stopped fighting the illness, you stopped fighting yourself. When you stopped pleading for health, you remembered you were health. When you forgave, you made space for life to flow again. The river had been there all along. You had only built dams of fear and resentment, and as you removed them one by one, the river remembered its course. Now you live as one who trusts the law. You no longer rush to speak words out of panic. You speak them as one issuing royal decrees. You no longer measure results by the clock or the calendar, for you know that the law of belief has its own rhythm, its own perfect timing. You no longer fear delay because you have seen that what seems like delay is only preparation. You may still face challenges, for life does not end in ease. It evolves in awareness, but the way you meet them is changed. You no longer say, "Why is this happening to me?" You say, "What truth is this calling me to remember?" The moment you ask that, peace returns. You have moved from reaction to revelation. It is a strange thing when the inner law becomes real to you. Even your surroundings begin to reflect it. The house feels warmer, the world kinder. You attract gentler faces, softer words, better days. You find beauty where before you saw only burden. For the world is but the mirror of your consciousness. And when your consciousness is healed, the mirror shines. The man who once trembled at sickness now blesses his body daily. The woman who once cursed her reflection now looks upon it with gratitude, for she sees not flaws but evidence of life, movement, divine activity. You begin to feel at home in yourself. The body becomes what it was meant to be, a temple for the indwelling spirit, the visible form of invisible harmony. Each morning you rise not to fight the day but to cooperate with it. You speak to your body not as something separate but as part of one living whole. When the mind feels restless, you quiet it with love. When the heart feels heavy, you bathe it in light. When the body feels weary, you bless it with words of renewal. And each part obeys because it recognizes the voice of its master, the voice of divine order now awake within you. You realize that true healing was never a reward for perfect effort. It was the automatic result of alignment. The same law that keeps the stars in orbit keeps your cells in harmony. The same intelligence that grows the tree restores your nerves. You were never required to invent the power, only to stop resisting it. The greatest gift of this 90-day transformation is not the easing of pain, though that may come, not the strength of the body, though it will grow stronger, but the peace of knowing you are one with the infinite life itself. You no longer beg God to heal you because you know that God is the healing life in you. You no longer chase after miracles because you have learned that the miracle is you, the awakened consciousness of divine life expressing through form. Healing, then, is not the end of suffering, it is the beginning of awareness. It is not a cure, it is communion. The healed one walks gently, speaks softly, forgives quickly, and fears little. He does not declare his faith aloud in arrogance, but lives it quietly in peace. When people ask how you healed, you may tell them of the words, 11 simple words. But deep inside, you know it was not the words alone. It was the remembrance they awakened. It was the steady, faithful practice that reintroduced you to your true self. It was the realization that the divine physician was never absent, that you were never broken, only asleep to your wholeness. And when you look back on the 90 days, you will see that the transformation did not happen at the end. It was happening all along, in every whispered affirmation, in every breath of faith, in every act of forgiveness. The law was working in silence, reshaping the inner image until the outer life could not help but mirror it. Now you walk as one who knows. You no longer wait for healing. You live it. You no longer search for the divine. You breathe it. You no longer chase peace. You are it. The law of life, the law of belief, the law of divine consciousness, they have all become one living rhythm within you. And you, once tired of suffering, are now the quiet proof that the kingdom of heaven was never far away. It was always within you, waiting for you to remember. Now, my dear friend, we come to the still point, the moment when all words fade and only truth remains. Let the world fall quiet around you. Feel the air resting upon your skin. Feel the gentle rhythm of your heart. This is the altar. This is the temple. And you are the priest and the prayer, the silence and the sound. Close your eyes. Let the breath slow. The mind does not need to understand what is about to happen. It only needs to listen. Place your hand upon your heart, that faithful servant that has never ceased its labor. Feel it beat, steady and loyal. Whisper softly to it as one would whisper to a beloved thank you. Now very slowly let us speak the sacred decree, the 11 words that call heaven into matter, not hurried, not mechanical, but with reverence, as though each syllable were carved in light. The healing presence of God flows through every cell of my body now. Pause. Let the words settle like dew upon your being. Feel their weightless power. Imagine them circling through you, weaving light into every corner of your body, every memory, every breath. Again, slower this time, deeper, as though speaking from the soul itself. The healing presence of God flows through every cell of my body now. See it as real. See the river of golden light moving through you, through the blood, through the bones, through the heart. Feel it washing, renewing, awakening. The words are not floating in the air, they are alive inside you. Each sound is a spark. Each spark becomes a pulse of life. And once more, for the law of 3 completes the circle, the healing presence of God flows through every cell of my body now. Now rest. Say nothing. Simply be. The declaration has been given, and the law which never fails is already fulfilling it. You do not need to command further. The command is eternal. It echoes through the depths of your subconscious, through the luminous fabric of your cells, through the silence of the infinite. Breathe softly. You may feel warmth. You may feel peace. You may feel nothing at all, yet something within you is moving, adjusting, harmonizing. The divine life is doing its perfect work. Trust it. Know this truth now. You are not a beggar asking for healing. You are the voice of God speaking to your own creation. You are the word made flesh, the thought made form, the invisible made visible. Every sentence you speak with faith becomes law within your world. Every word uttered with love becomes the seed of new life. So speak gently to yourself. Speak wisely. Speak as one who knows that the universe listens. Whisper life, and life will obey. Whisper peace, and peace will unfold. Whisper love, and love will bloom in every cell, every breath, every moment of your being. The healing presence of God flows through you now and forever. And so it is. What if your pain has been trying to speak to you all along? I don't ask that lightly. I ask it as someone who once wrestled with his own suffering, arguing with it, resisting it, trying to outrun it. The more I fought, the louder it became. Then one silent night I realized pain was not the enemy. Pain was a messenger, urgent, unsophisticated, but faithful, carrying a single assignment from the deeper mind. Listen, align, return to order. You and I were taught to curse pain, to medicate it into silence, to push it to the edges of our days and hope it forgets our name. But what we resist persists, and what we bless transforms. The moment I stopped condemning my pain and began conversing with it calmly, consciously, as one who knows there is only one healing power, I felt something shift, not outside, inside. The war ended, the signal grew clear. Tonight I will teach you the forgotten language of healing, the way of speaking to your condition, not about it. the way of addressing the ache without fear, the way of commanding from truth rather than pleading from terror. This is not make-believe. It is cooperation with the divine order already working in every cell of your body. So for the next few minutes, let us make a quiet agreement to lay down the weapons of resistance, to stop rehearsing the story of what's wrong, and to turn toward the messenger with a wiser voice. I will show you how to say, with authority and tenderness, I hear you, thank you, you can go now, and you will watch what happens when the subconscious receives a new instruction, when your words begin to match the intelligence that made you. If you're ready, place a hand over your heart and breathe once slowly. Feel that rhythm. That is life itself, faithful and tireless. It is on your side, and when your word aligns with it, change does not take long. Stay with me. Before this hour ends, you will know how to talk to your pain, and you will feel it begin to leave. If you felt something stirring within you, that quiet knowing that yes, you are ready to release what no longer belongs, then declare it now. Type in the comments, I am ready to heal. Don't just think it, speak it, write it, and let the universe see your declaration. When you express truth publicly, you send a signal to the deeper mind, this is real, this is happening. I choose healing now. Go ahead. Claim it below. I am ready to heal. I know what it feels like to be tired of trying. To wake up with the same heaviness in your chest, the same ache in your body, the same quiet whisper of will this ever end? You've prayed, you've read the books, you've spoken the affirmations, you've taken the pills, the treatments, the advice, and still the pain stays. Maybe it changes shape, maybe it hides for a while, but it always finds its way back, like a shadow that refuses to leave your side. And somewhere inside, a thought begins to form. Maybe this is just who I am now. But I want you to hear me clearly. You are not your pain. You are simply caught in a conversation you never learned to finish. You see, pain is not punishment. It's communication. It's the language of your deeper self trying to reach you. And the reason you've been stuck isn't because you're weak or broken or unlucky, it's because no one ever taught you how to listen. You've been trying to escape it, when all it ever wanted was to be heard. Every time you said, I can't stand this, your subconscious heard, this is unbearable, and kept the loop alive. Every time you said, why me, your deeper mind answered, because this is what we are still believing. Every word you speak, every thought you repeat becomes instruction to the power that shapes your life. The truth is, the pain isn't cruel, it's loyal, it's following orders. It mirrors the messages you've been sending it unconsciously for years. You've said, this pain controls me. And the subconscious replied, as you wish. You've said, it's hopeless. And it whispered back, then I will remain. But tonight, we begin a different conversation, not with fear, not with begging, but with awareness. Because when you learn to speak the language of healing, the body listens, the mind listens, the universe listens. For too long, you've treated your pain like a prison guard. It was never that. It was a messenger carrying a sacred note from your higher self. And that note has always said the same thing, I'm ready to return to order. So don't turn away from it anymore, don't curse it, don't drown it out, turn toward it, speak to it. Because the moment you do, something extraordinary begins to happen, it softens, it listens back. You will feel it, you will know, and for the first time in perhaps years, you will begin to move. There is an intelligence within you that never sleeps. It beats your heart without your command, repairs every cut, renews every cell, balances every breath. It knows exactly what to do and when to do it. You don't have to remind your lungs to breathe, or tell your stomach how to digest, or teach your blood how to flow. There is order, divine order, quietly governing every inch of you. This order is not random. It is the same force that keeps the planets from colliding, that turns tides with the moon, that brings morning after every night. The same harmony that moves galaxies lives within your body right now. And yet, we live as if we were cut off from it, lost, separate, powerless. We panic when the body speaks. We call it betrayal when it hurts, forgetting that pain is not disorder, it's a signal of rebalancing, a message from the deeper intelligence saying, something within you has moved out of rhythm, let me restore it. Healing doesn't happen when you fight your pain. It happens when you align with divine order. Imagine the ocean for a moment. Its tide moves in perfect rhythm, rising, falling, flowing, receding. Now imagine standing in the surf, pushing against the waves with all your strength, shouting, stop, Don't come near me. The harder you resist, the more the water crashes against you. But the moment you surrender, you notice something profound. The current begins to carry you. You float, you breathe, you move with the rhythm instead of against it. This is divine order in motion. Pain is the wave. You are the swimmer. When you stop fighting, the same energy that once knocked you down begins to lift you. You see, divine order is not something you create, it's something you remember. It's already within you, seeking to correct and harmonize whatever has fallen out of balance. But it requires your cooperation, not your control. The law cannot work through a mind filled with resistance, fear, or anger. It responds to recognition, to quiet agreement. So when you say, "I trust the divine order at work in me," you're not making a wish. You're stepping back into the rhythm that has been guiding life since the beginning of time. You're allowing healing to unfold. Not by force, but by harmony. Think of it this way. If you break a bone, the doctor may align it, but the healing, the fusing, the rebuilding comes from within. The doctor sets the stage, divine intelligence does the work, and that same law governs your emotions, your thoughts, your energy, your every experience. So let's shift the question you ask yourself. Instead of "how do I fix this pain?" ask, "how can I align with the divine order already fixing it?" That one change in perspective can transform your entire reality. Healing, my friend, is not about control. It's about cooperation. It's about learning to float again, to trust the current of life that knows the way home. There was a time, many years ago, when I too thought I understood everything about healing. I had written books, given lectures, spoken about faith and the power of the subconscious. But life, in its mercy, has a way of testing the truth we claim to know. It came quietly, like a shadow at the edge of my days, a dull ache in my chest, a heaviness I couldn't explain. At first I dismissed it. Just fatigue, I told myself. I'll rest. It will pass. But it didn't. Weeks turned to months. The pain grew sharper, stealing my sleep, my strength, my calm. And something deeper began to stir. Fear. I tried everything I had taught others. I affirmed, I prayed, I quoted scripture. I am strong, I am whole, I am perfect health. But my words felt like stones skipping across the surface of a stormy sea. They never sank deep enough to still the waters. The truth was uncomfortable but simple. I was speaking at my pain, not to it. I wanted to silence it, not understand it. And so, the harder I resisted, the louder it screamed. One night, unable to bear it any longer, I sat alone in my study. The rain outside tapped softly against the window. In that quiet, exhausted moment, something inside me whispered, "Stop fighting. Listen." So I did. For the first time, I stopped cursing the pain and started conversing with it. It felt strange at first, like speaking to a part of myself I had ignored for years. I placed a hand over my chest and said softly, "I hear you. I know you're trying to tell me something. What is it?" And in the stillness that followed, I didn't hear words, but I felt understanding. The pain wasn't there to punish me. It was there to protect me. It was the body's way of saying, "Slow down. Stop carrying what is not yours to carry." It was the mind's way of saying, "You teach love, but you have not been loving yourself." Tears came easily that night, not of despair, but of release. And with every breath, the grip of fear loosened. I began to speak to the pain differently, not as a curse to be banished, but as a messenger to be thanked. "I know you are only trying to restore balance," I said. "Thank you for reminding me that I had forgotten to rest, to listen, to trust." Something shifted almost immediately. The tension softened, the ache quieted, and within days my body began to respond in kind. The healing wasn't dramatic. It was gentle, steady, like dawn breaking through a long night. That experience changed everything. It taught me that healing isn't about commanding the body with anger. It's about aligning with it in love. It isn't about shouting affirmations through fear. It's about whispering truth through faith. Since that night, I have never seen pain the same way again. I no longer rush to banish it. I sit with it, speak to it, learn from it. Because I know now that every ache, every discomfort, carries within it an invitation from divine intelligence. Return to order, return to peace. Remember who you are, and the moment you answer that call, not with resistance but with reverence, the healing begins. His name was Daniel. When I met him, he walked with a stiffness that seemed to hold years of unspoken pain. His spine was his prison. He had lived for nearly a decade with a chronic back condition that no doctor could fully explain, and no treatment could fully relieve. He had learned to move carefully, to sit carefully, to live carefully, as though the smallest wrong motion might tear something deep within him. He had tried everything: medication, therapy, prayer, fasting, even the modern miracles of surgery. Some helped, briefly, but the pain always returned, sometimes worse, as if mocking every effort. He came to me one evening after a lecture in Los Angeles, his voice trembling. "Dr. Murphy," he said, "I've done everything. I've prayed, I've believed, but my body won't obey. It's like my spine has a mind of its own." I smiled gently and told him, "Perhaps it does. The mind beneath the mind, the one that listens not to your words but to your feelings." He frowned. "Then what do I do?" "Speak to it," I said. "Not with frustration, but with understanding. For every cell in your body is alive with intelligence, and it will respond to the tone of your heart." At first he thought I was speaking in riddles, but desperation makes a man teachable, so I guided him through the practice that night. We sat quietly in my study, the lights dim, the hum of the city far away. I told him to close his eyes and bring his awareness to his spine, to see it not as an enemy but as a friend holding his burdens. "Your back has been carrying your world," I said softly. "Tell it you see that. Tell it you are grateful." He hesitated, then whispered, "I thank you." The words came awkwardly, like a language long forgotten. Then I said, "Now tell it that it is safe to relax, safe to let go." And so he did. "I release you. You don't have to protect me anymore. I am safe." We stayed in that stillness for several minutes. His breathing slowed. A faint warmth filled the room, that unmistakable vibration of peace that always comes when truth enters consciousness. He returned the next week and told me something remarkable. For the first time in years, I woke up without pain. It wasn't complete at first. The discomfort returned now and then, but it no longer ruled him. Something had changed. He had begun to listen. Over the next few months, Daniel made it his daily ritual to converse with his spine. Each morning he would sit in silence, place a hand over his lower back and say, "I love you. You've held me upright through every storm. I now release the fear you've been carrying." Divine order is restoring every nerve, every muscle, every vertebra. He did not speak with impatience but with trust, and slowly his body learned that language. 6 months later, his doctor ordered new scans. The inflammation that had plagued him for years was gone. The degenerative signs that once filled his chart had reversed beyond explanation. The physician called it spontaneous remission, but Daniel knew better. He said to me with tears in his eyes, "It wasn't magic, it was love in action." I stopped cursing my pain and started blessing it. I told him, "That is the law. The body is the instrument. Consciousness is the musician. When the music changes, the body dances to a new rhythm." His story spread quietly through our circles, not as a miracle of medicine but as a revelation of order. The divine order of healing had never left him. It had only been waiting for him to listen, so when people asked how he did it, he would simply smile and say, "I spoke to my spine and my spine finally spoke back." There is a structure, a rhythm, a science beneath every healing, an invisible architecture that holds the entire universe together. Just as electricity flows through a wire and light fills a bulb, the current of life flows through the channel of your belief and animates your body. It is unseen, yet it governs every heartbeat, every breath, every pulse of life within you. You see, consciousness is energy, subtle, invisible, intelligent, and your body is not separate from it. It is its expression, its instrument, perfectly tuned to receive every vibration you send it. Every organ listens. Every cell responds. Every strand of DNA is like a note in an eternal symphony waiting for your consciousness to give it rhythm, meaning, and direction. Every thought is a frequency. Every feeling is a command. You are broadcasting constantly, not through words alone, but through the silent hum of your emotional vibration. The body, being obedient to the mind, plays back whatever tune you are sending. This is not poetry, it is law, the same law that keeps the planets in orbit and the tides in motion works through you. Just as gravity pulls without preference, the subconscious obeys without judgment. It does not stop to ask whether what you believe is good or bad, right or wrong. It only receives and reproduces whatever is impressed upon it with emotional conviction. The subconscious does not argue, it obeys the emotional authority of your words. That's why you can repeat 1,000 affirmations yet see no change, because the conscious mind speaks one language while the subconscious hears another. You say I am healthy but you feel fear. You say I am strong but within you echoes the memory of weakness. And so the subconscious, ever faithful, creates according to the vibration it receives, not the words that are spoken. Words are like seeds, but emotion is the soil. You can scatter the finest seeds, but if the ground rejects them, if it is cold with fear or hardened by doubt, nothing grows. You cannot plant faith in soil watered by anxiety. You cannot plant peace in ground shaken by resentment. So the secret is not in saying the words, but in feeling them. Your healing begins the very moment you feel truth, not merely repeat it. The subconscious is impressed by emotional conviction, by the feeling of reality assumed. When Daniel began to speak to his spine, it wasn't the words that healed him, it was the love behind them. He no longer spoke from fear or impatience, demanding results. He spoke from awareness, from gratitude, from peace. And the subconscious recognized that vibration as instruction. The body, like the earth, responds to whatever seed you plant with faith. Think of your subconscious as the soil beneath your feet, endlessly fertile, infinitely responsive. It never questions the gardener. It never asks if the seed is wise or foolish, helpful or harmful. It simply gives life to whatever you choose to plant. If you plant thorns, you'll get thorns. If you plant roses, you'll get roses. If you plant fear, you'll get tension. If you plant peace, you'll get harmony. And like gravity, this law never fails. It does not punish or reward, it responds. It fulfills every impression according to its feeling tone. Just as gravity does not care who drops the stone, the subconscious does not care who speaks the word. It is impersonal, but perfectly lawful. It is the silent servant of your inner world, bringing forth into form whatever image you nourish in feeling. Now imagine your body as an orchestra. Countless instruments, organs, cells, tissues, nerves, all waiting for one conductor, your mind. When the conductor is frantic, the musicians are confused. The music becomes noise, chaotic, dissonant. But when the conductor lifts the baton with serenity, with harmony in his heart, the entire orchestra responds in unity. The music returns to beauty, to order, to rhythm. This is what happens when you begin to speak consciously to your body, gently, lovingly, as one speaks to a dear friend. You are retuning the entire system. The cells listen, the nerves respond, the blood flows differently. Even the rhythm of your heartbeat adjusts to the new symphony of your thoughts. Your biology bends to the authority of your belief. Modern science has only begun to glimpse this truth. They call it neuroplasticity, epigenetics, psychoneuroimmunology, the placebo effect. But these are merely new names for an ancient law that Joseph Murphy, Neville Goddard, and the mystics before them understood. The outer form always arranges itself according to the inner pattern. Every organ of your body is a faithful servant of the mind. Every symptom is a mirror. When you change the image in consciousness, the reflection in the body must change as well. When you say, I am whole, and you feel the calm certainty of that statement, every system within you begins to align with that vibration. When you say, divine order governs my body, and you mean it. When the words are not just sound but sacred knowing, the infinite intelligence that governs galaxies, oceans, and stars moves through you as health. It's not force, it's not magic, it's cooperation. You are not commanding the body to obey, you are inviting it to remember. You are not conquering the disease, you are harmonizing the energy that created it. You are speaking the language your body has always understood, vibration, feeling, rhythm. And so tonight, as you listen to these words, I ask you, don't try to believe with your intellect. The intellect argues, doubts, analyzes. Let your heart believe, let your body believe. Let your emotions become the sacred bridge through which the divine mind speaks to every cell, every organ, every atom of your being, because healing is not an act of willpower, it is an act of resonance. When your inner vibration matches the frequency of harmony, the body simply follows. The universe, too, follows this same law. The planets do not struggle to stay in orbit, they move effortlessly within divine order. The ocean does not force the tide to rise. It flows naturally according to its rhythm, and so it is with you. Healing does not come through strain or resistance, it comes through alignment with the rhythm of life itself. This is the divine order in motion. the unseen science behind every miracle, a process so simple, yet so profound, that even the smallest whisper of faith can set it into motion. You do not need to fight for healing. You only need to remember that the same intelligence that grows a flower, that beats your heart, that turns night into morning, lives within you now. And when you align your words, your feelings, and your belief with that truth, healing becomes not something you achieve, but something you allow. So speak gently, speak truthfully, speak as one who already knows the law is working. Because when consciousness and emotion unite in harmony, the power of life flows freely again, illuminating every cell like light filling a bulb. That is the living science of faith. That is divine order made visible. That is the hidden rhythm beneath every healing, the law of love in motion. Her name was Margaret. She came to one of my lectures in New York, years ago, dressed in black, though the world around her was bright with spring. Her eyes held that distant, hollow look I had seen before, the look of a soul that has forgotten how to hope. She waited until everyone else had left, then approached me quietly. Her voice trembled as she said, "Dr. Murphy, I've lost my son. He was only 16. Since that day, I can't feel God anymore. I can't feel anything." I did not rush to comfort her. I knew that kind of pain, sacred in its depth, untouchable by words. I simply asked, "What do you say to yourself when the grief rises?" She looked down. "I tell myself it's unfair, that life is cruel, that I'll never see him again." I nodded gently. "And what do you feel when you say those things?" She closed her eyes. Heavy, empty, like the air itself doesn't want me. I took a deep breath, then said softly, "My dear, the subconscious hears every word you speak as law. It obeys not the logic of your mind, but the emotion of your heart. If you tell it that life is cruel, it must arrange everything to confirm that truth. But if you begin to tell it something new, something higher, it will respond just as faithfully." She looked at me through her tears. "What could I possibly say?" "Start with love," I said. "Not the love you've lost, the love that still is. Your son has only changed form. His essence, his light, cannot die. Speak to that truth. Speak to your grief as though it were a child needing comfort, not an enemy to be conquered." That night I gave her a simple ritual. I told her to pour a glass of water before bed and hold it in both hands, to see her reflection in it, as though her soul were looking back at her, then to say, slowly, with her heart open, "I pour peace into this water, and I drink my healing. I release the past into divine order. My love is eternal, and he lives within that love." And then, I told her, drink the water with reverence, not as an act of superstition, but as communion with life itself. For weeks I did not hear from her. Then one morning a letter arrived. The paper smelled faintly of lavender. She wrote, "The first nights I could barely speak the words without breaking, but I kept doing it. I poured my tears into that glass until I realized they were holy, they were cleansing me. I began to feel warmth again, like sunlight coming through a window I thought was closed forever." As the days passed, her ritual became prayer, and her prayer became peace. She began walking again, painting again, living again. When I met her months later, she no longer dressed in black. There was a light around her, not the light of forgetting, but of transformation. She said, "I thought healing meant losing the pain, but it meant letting the pain lose its power." And then she added, smiling softly, "I still miss him, but now when I speak to him, I feel him answer." You see, Margaret didn't banish grief. She transmuted it. She didn't erase love, she expanded it beyond form. And that is the hidden truth of divine healing. It does not erase your humanity, it redeems it. When she whispered her truth into that water, she wasn't speaking to the glass, she was speaking to her own soul, asking it to remember that love cannot die. Her healing was not dramatic, it was sacred. It was not the loud miracle of instant change, but the quiet miracle of inner peace. And when people asked her later how she overcame such loss, she would smile and say, "I stopped trying to escape my grief. I started listening to it. And when I spoke peace into my water, peace began to speak back to me." She didn't forget her son. She found him again in a higher form. And through that discovery, she learned the divine paradox of life itself. Nothing real is ever lost. Love is eternal, and so are we. Now that you've seen the law working through others, I want you to understand it for yourself. How to speak so the body listens, so the subconscious obeys, and so the divine mind flows freely through you. Every word you speak carries a tone, not only the sound of your voice, but the vibration behind it. The body doesn't respond to vocabulary, it responds to frequency, and that frequency is born from your state of being. When you speak from fear, your words are thin, trembling, uncertain. When you speak from truth, your words are full, steady, radiant with authority. It is not the sentence that heals, it is the spirit that animates it. You may say, I am well, but if within you there is anxiety, your subconscious hears the fear louder than the phrase. You may say, I am strong, but if your heart is still clinging to doubt, it cannot become flesh. So tonight I want you to learn the ancient art of speaking from the spirit, not the flesh. Close your eyes for a moment. Take a deep breath, not just into your lungs but into the space behind your chest, the still point beneath thought. Feel the rhythm of life pulsing within you, the invisible current that has never stopped flowing. Now in that quiet, I want you to repeat softly but with authority, I am not this pain, I am the awareness behind it. Say it again. Feel the weight lift from your body as you speak. You are not the wound, you are the light that sees it. You are not the illness, you are the consciousness through which healing arises. Every time you identify with the body alone, you shrink to the level of form, but when you speak from the higher self, the I am, you rise to the level of cause, and from that height, the body must follow, because it is the shadow of your consciousness. The mistake most people make is speaking to the problem from within the problem. They say, I'm sick, and try to talk themselves out of it. But that's like standing in a dark room and describing how dark it is. The light switch isn't found by analyzing the darkness. It's found by becoming the light. So the next time you speak to your body, to your pain, to your fear, pause. Don't speak as the frightened self. Speak as the divine self. Speak as the voice of God remembering itself through you. Say it now, quietly but firmly, I am not this pain, I am the awareness behind it. I am the awareness behind it. I am the divine mind expressing through perfect order. Every cell in my body is listening to my peace. That, my friend, is the tone of spirit, not begging, not forcing, simply knowing. When you speak from the flesh, you argue. When you speak from spirit, you declare. The first tries to change matter through will. The second transforms it through vibration. This is why Jesus spoke to sickness and it obeyed. He did not speak to the flesh. He spoke through divine awareness. His words carried the authority of oneness. I and the Father are one, and that same law, that same divine authority, lives in you now. When you remember who is speaking, when your tone shifts from pleading to knowing, the subconscious no longer resists. It bows, it obeys. Because spirit does not ask for healing. Spirit is healing. So speak not as the frightened self trying to get well. Speak as the divine self who has never been broken, and as you do, the body, the mind, and the world will rise to meet that truth. Every healing, no matter how small or how miraculous, passes through 3 sacred stages. They are not steps to be forced, but movements of consciousness, gentle unfoldings of divine intelligence within you. The first is recognition, the second is conversation, the third is transmutation, and together they mark the journey from suffering to wholeness. Recognition is the awakening. It is the moment you finally stop running from your pain and turn to face it, not as an enemy but as a messenger. It's when you realize that the ache you've been cursing is not a curse at all but a call from the deeper self, asking for alignment, for love, for rest. Most people never reach this stage because they spend their lives in resistance, medicating, denying, distracting. But healing can never occur in resistance, it begins only with recognition. You cannot change what you refuse to look at. When you say, this pain is not my enemy, something shifts. You open the door for the divine order to enter. You step out of fear and into awareness. You begin to see that what you thought was breaking you was actually remaking you. The second stage is conversation. Once you've recognized the pain, you begin to speak to it, not from desperation, but from understanding. You no longer say, why are you here? You say, what are you trying to teach me? You no longer say, go away. You say, I'm listening. This conversation is sacred. It's where the mind and body reconcile, where the conscious and subconscious meet in peace. You begin to speak the language of harmony, not war, And in that moment, the pain starts to relax its grip because it finally feels heard. The body, like a child, only cries when it is ignored. But when you listen, truly listen, it calms, it trusts, it begins to heal. And the words you speak become medicine. Simple words, spoken with love and belief, travel through the nervous system like a warm current, carrying instruction to every cell. You are rewriting your inner script, not with logic, but with vibration. The third stage is transmutation. This is where the pain changes form. It no longer needs to express itself through the body because its message has been received. The energy that once manifested as suffering is released and reabsorbed into harmony. You might feel a rush of emotion, a wave of lightness, a deep calm that seems to come from nowhere. That is transmutation. It is the divine order restoring balance through the law of understanding. At this stage, there is nothing left to fix. The healing has already happened, silently, naturally, by law. And that is the final truth of this teaching. When you bless your pain, you release its purpose. Because the moment you bless it, you transform its energy. You take it out of the vibration of fear and lift it into the vibration of faith. The same force that once created suffering becomes the force that generates wisdom, peace, and renewal. Recognition opens the door, conversation invites light in, transmutation dissolves the darkness altogether. And when that process completes, you do not just return to who you were before, you become something greater, something freer. You awaken as the consciousness behind the experience, calm, luminous, untouched. And from that awareness, you can look back at your journey, smile gently, and say, "It was never against me, it was always for me." For generations, humanity has been taught to see life through a fractured lens, one side called spiritual, the other scientific. We have been told that one belongs to mystics and dreamers, and the other to laboratories and microscopes. That one is faith. The other fact. That one belongs to the soul, the other to the body. But I tell you now that separation never truly existed. It was only an illusion born of misunderstanding. For the deeper I have studied both the laws of spirit and the discoveries of science, the clearer it has become they are not enemies. They are partners dancing to the same rhythm, the divine rhythm of life itself. Faith and biology are not two opposing languages. They are two dialects of the same universal intelligence. Every prayer, every heartbeat, every electrical pulse in the brain is simply consciousness expressing itself, one through feeling, the other through form. They move together inseparably, like inhale and exhale, night and dawn, wave and ocean. Every moment, every second, every heartbeat, they dance. Let me show you how this sacred partnership works. Every thought you think is a spark of energy. It sets off a chain of biological events inside your body, rippling through your cells like music through water. Every emotion, every belief, every whispered word sends signals through your nervous system, and those signals determine the chemistry that sustains your life. When you think a fearful thought, "I'm sick, I'll never heal, this is hopeless," your brain reacts instantly. It does not wait for proof. It releases a cascade of chemicals. Cortisol, adrenaline, norepinephrine, the ancient messengers of survival. These hormones prepare you to fight or flee. They tighten your muscles, quicken your heart, raise your blood pressure, and suppress your immune system. They shut down digestion, slow healing, and amplify inflammation. In other words, your body begins to obey the vibration of fear. Now imagine doing this not once, but dozens, even hundreds of times each day. Every time you complain about your pain, every time you speak of your illness as if it were stronger than you, every time you rehearse the story of your trauma, without realizing it, you are training your biology to remain in a state of tension, conditioning your nervous system to live in constant defense, as if danger were always near. But there is a greater law, and it works in the opposite direction. Because the moment you think a loving thought, a peaceful thought, a thought of faith, the moment you whisper to your body, "I am whole, I am healing, I am light," your brain releases an entirely different set of messengers: serotonin, oxytocin, dopamine, endorphins. These are the chemicals of renewal, of balance, of harmony. They calm inflammation, relax the muscles, slow the heartbeat, and strengthen your immune system. The difference between disease and health, fear and peace, chaos and order, begins in the invisible realm of thought and feeling. Your cells are listening to the emotional tone of your consciousness. They are always listening. Every second, Every day they take their cues from the vibration you dwell in most often. Modern neuroscience calls this neuroplasticity, the brain's miraculous ability to rewire itself, to change its structure and chemistry based on the patterns you repeat. For centuries I have called the subconscious mind the fertile soil, where seeds of thought grow. Now science calls it neural networks. But the principle is identical. Every repetition of fear, every anxious thought, every memory replayed in bitterness, carves a groove in your mind, a path of energy, a pattern that becomes easier and easier to travel each time you take it. But here lies the miracle. The moment you begin to introduce a new language, I am whole, I am loved, I am light, you start building new pathways. At first it feels unnatural, forced, like walking through tall grass, but with gentle persistence, those new pathways strengthen. The old trails, the ones carved by years of fear, begin to fade. The mind, once your captor, becomes your garden again, and whatever seed you nurture with emotion and repetition will grow. This is not mystical. It is measurable. Brain scans have shown that even the simple act of repeating affirmations, when done with feeling, increases activity in regions associated with emotional regulation, pain perception, and immune resilience. What Joseph Murphy called impressing the subconscious is now observable through magnetic resonance imaging. The divine language of faith has become visible to science. But the power of thought reaches deeper still, beyond the brain, into the very core of life itself, your cells. This is where the field of epigenetics emerges. The science that studies how your environment, including your thoughts, emotions, and beliefs, can literally alter the expression of your genes. Epigenetics means above the genes. It means that while you inherit the blueprint, you are the architect who decides how it is built. Your DNA is not a prison, it is potential, waiting for your consciousness to instruct it. When you live in fear, your body expresses fear. When you live in peace, your body expresses peace. When you live in divine order, your body becomes a living reflection of that order. Balanced, strong, luminous, alive. Dr. Bruce Lipton, one of the pioneers in this field, taught that the membrane of each cell acts like a brain, constantly reading the signals from its environment. And what is the environment of your cells? Your bloodstream. What determines the chemistry of your bloodstream? Your thoughts, your emotions, your faith. So when you dwell in anger, your blood carries that chemistry. When you dwell in love, your blood carries light. This is not philosophy, it's physics. Energy precedes matter. Consciousness precedes biology. Every thought is an electrical impulse. Every emotion is a magnetic field. Together they create the electromagnetic vibration that surrounds and sustains you, a field your cells are swimming in every moment. That field is your true environment. It is the invisible atmosphere of your being and your biology. Every cell, every organ, every strand of DNA organizes itself according to the quality of that field. This is why when I tell you, speak to your pain, I am not offering a metaphor. It is literal science. Your words carry measurable energy. They shape your breath, your heartbeat, your hormone flow. They send waves of coherence or chaos through your nervous system. When you speak with fear, your nervous system contracts. When you speak with love, it expands. When you speak truth, divine order is restoring me now. The entire body receives that vibration as safety, as light, as harmony. The immune system, once trapped in defense, relaxes into repair. The heart rate slows. The blood pressure softens. The brain releases healing neurochemicals. And in that instant, not metaphorically but biologically, you become a partner with your body instead of its prisoner. Faith and biology are not opposites. They are two aspects of the same divine mechanism. Faith is the instruction. Biology is the obedience. Faith is the cause. Biology is the effect. Faith is the word, biology is the flesh made manifest. And when the two are aligned, when your faith instructs your body with truth instead of fear, the body must obey by law. This is the living meaning of the phrase, the Word made flesh. It is not a distant miracle confined to sacred texts. It is the continuous miracle happening within you every second of your life. Every word you speak, every feeling you dwell upon, every belief you impress becomes flesh, becomes blood, becomes heartbeat, becomes breath. So the next time you pray, the next time you whisper peace into water before you drink, the next time you affirm truth over your body, remember you are not defying science, you are activating it. You are the bridge where spirit meets cell, where thought becomes tissue, where divine intelligence expresses itself as human healing. You are not choosing between spirituality and science. You are choosing to see that they have always been one and the same. Faith and biology are partners in healing, forever, inseparable, divine. And the more you honor that partnership, the more miracles will appear to you, not as violations of nature but as confirmations of the law that governs all life. Consciousness creates reality. When your faith sings in harmony with your biology, the universe itself echoes back one eternal truth: you are whole, you are healing, you are divine order in motion. Now, my friend, we've spoken about truth. We've spoken about faith, about science, about the power of your words. But now it's time to experience it, because knowledge without practice remains only theory. Healing is not an idea, it is a living act of alignment. So right now, wherever you are, whether you're sitting in a quiet room, lying in bed, or listening through tears, I want you to follow along with me. Let this moment be sacred. If you can, close your eyes, take a slow, deep breath through your nose, and exhale softly through your mouth. Again, in, out. Feel the rhythm of life moving through you. One more deep breath in, hold and release. Now allow your shoulders to drop. Let the weight you've been carrying fall away just for a moment. You don't have to fix anything right now. You don't have to fight, to analyze, or to understand. You only have to listen. We're going to speak to your pain together, and I promise something inside you will shift before this moment ends. Now bring your attention to the place that hurts. It may be your body, an ache, a tightness, a burning, a heaviness. It may be your heart, a wound of loss, betrayal, or grief. It may be your mind, anxiety, fear, confusion, exhaustion. Wherever it lives, simply notice it. Don't run from it. Don't try to silence it. Just recognize it as if you were meeting an old friend who's been waiting patiently for your attention. Now place your hand over that area, if you can, and gently, in your own voice, or quietly within, say these words after me. Hello, pain. I see you. I know you've been trying to protect me, to warn me, to teach me, but you don't have to carry that message anymore. You can rest now. I release you in peace. Pause. Feel the echo of those words ripple through your body. That trembling you feel, that warmth, that tingle, that subtle pulse is not imagination. It is your nervous system responding to your words. It is divine intelligence saying, finally, you're listening. Now breathe deeply again. And as you exhale, imagine that with every breath, light is filling that space. Not a harsh white light, but a soft golden radiance. It's gentle, warm, intelligent. Picture it surrounding the pain like sunlight, melting ice. You're not forcing anything. You're simply allowing divine order to do what it always wanted to do: restore harmony. Now repeat with me, slowly, with conviction. The divine order of healing is at work in me now. Every cell, every fiber, every thought is responding to divine intelligence. I do not fight this pain. I bless it and release it. I speak to it with love, and it dissolves in the light of truth. Pause again. Let that sink in. If your mind wanders, that's all right. Bring it back gently. The mind is like a child. It only needs patience and guidance. Now I want you to say, I am not this pain. I am the awareness behind it. I am the light observing it. I am whole, perfect and complete in divine mind. As you speak these words, feel their vibration, not as empty affirmations, but as living truth, frequencies that your subconscious understands better than logic. Because the subconscious does not argue, it obeys the emotional authority of your words. Now let's make this practice your own. Each morning when you wake, before you look at your phone, before your mind begins its daily race, sit up in bed and take 3 slow breaths. Whisper to yourself, divine order governs this day. My body, my mind, my emotions are aligned with the healing presence within me. I walk in peace. I speak in peace. I think in peace. Nothing outside me has power over me, because I am one with infinite intelligence. And each night, before you sleep, when the mind is calm, when the veil between conscious and subconscious begins to fade, repeat the following: infinite healing presence within me, I thank you. I release every thought of fear, doubt, or resistance. I forgive all that needs forgiving, including myself. I rest now in the perfect peace of divine order. Every cell of my being is bathed in light. I am whole. I am well. I am free. Say it slowly. Feel each phrase like waves rolling over you. This is not about begging for healing. This is about accepting it. Healing doesn't come through pleading. It comes through alignment. It comes through surrender, trust, and repetition of truth until it becomes your natural state. Make this your sacred rhythm, morning and night. Speak not with desperation, but with calm authority. You're not asking for something to happen. You are recognizing what is already happening in divine mind, because the truth is this. Right now, as you breathe, your body is healing, your cells are repairing, your mind is rewiring, your heart is remembering peace. Even if you don't feel it yet, it's happening. The seed grows underground before it breaks the surface. Your healing, too, is taking root beneath the soil of consciousness. So tonight, when you lie in bed, don't review your problems. Whisper to your body instead. Whisper to your pain like a friend who's finally ready to go home. You have done your part. You showed me what I needed to see. I release you now in gratitude. I bless you with peace. I bless you with love. I bless you with light. Then breathe and let go. This is not imagination. This is creation. It's the eternal law of divine order responding to faith. And when you make this practice a part of your daily rhythm, morning and night, the shift is inevitable. Your words will become new patterns. Your thoughts will become new chemistry. Your chemistry will become new health. And your health will become new life. Now, before we end this practice, let's say one final prayer together. You can whisper it softly or say it aloud. Let the words carry the vibration of certainty. Infinite Spirit, I thank you for the divine order working in me now. I surrender all resistance, all fear, all attachment to the old. Let your light fill every cell of my body, every corner of my mind, every beat of my heart. May your peace flow through me like living water, washing away all memory of pain and restoring perfect balance. I am whole. I am free. I am one with the divine, and so it is. Take a deep breath. Hold it. Exhale. Feel the stillness that follows. That stillness is God. That peace is healing. That silence, that warm, quiet awareness, is the divine order reestablishing harmony within you. And when you open your eyes, know this truth. You are already healing. It began the moment you stopped fighting and started listening. The moment you spoke to your pain with love instead of fear. Do this every morning and every night. My friend, make it your ritual. Make it your conversation with the divine, and soon you'll no longer need to ask whether it's working, because you'll feel it. You'll feel lighter, freer, alive again. Not because something outside you changed, but because you remembered who was inside you all along. That is the divine order of healing. And so it is. There comes a moment, quiet, still, beyond words, when the seeker no longer seeks, because what they were searching for has already awakened within them. That moment, my friend, is now. You are not here to fight pain, you are here to remember your wholeness. The purpose of every struggle, every ache, every sleepless night was never punishment. It was initiation, a sacred invitation to return to your original state of being, perfect, whole, radiant, untouched by the illusions of separation. Pain was the veil, not the truth. And the moment you learned to speak to it, not as an enemy but as a messenger, the veil began to lift. Take one last deep breath with me. Let it fill your chest. Let it expand through every limb, every corner of your body. Now exhale slowly, and imagine the light within you awakening, a gentle golden radiance pulsing in your chest. With each breath it grows brighter. It moves down your arms, through your hands into your fingertips. It travels up your neck, behind your eyes into your crown, down your spine, through your hips, into your legs, your feet, until your entire body is one luminous field of peace. You are glowing from within. There is no more boundary between your breath and the air, between your body and the infinite field of divine intelligence that surrounds you. You are the river and the ocean, the wave and the light it reflects. Now imagine that light touching every place where you once felt pain. See it gently dissolving the tension, melting the weight, softening the memories that once held you captive. Nothing resists, nothing fights back, everything yields to harmony. There is no struggle, only remembrance. The light doesn't force, it restores. It does not attack darkness, it replaces it, because darkness was never real, it was only light forgotten. And in this holy moment of remembering, the body breathes a sigh of relief. The cells release their story of fear. The heart, once clenched, opens. The mind, once loud, falls silent. And what remains is peace. Now whisper softly to yourself, not as a ritual but as a declaration of truth. I am whole, I am light, I am free. The divine order of life flows through me now. Say it again, let it echo through the halls of your consciousness. I am whole, I am light, I am free. The more you say it, the more the vibration becomes your reality. The more you feel it, the more the subconscious aligns with it. And as you embody that truth, the outer world, your health, your relationships, your destiny, reshapes itself to match your new state of being. This is the mystery hidden in plain sight. Healing was never about removing something broken. It was about revealing what was never broken to begin with. You are not a body struggling to become spiritual. You are a spirit remembering its perfection through the body. Your pain was never against you. It was a teacher, the final patient teacher of awakening. And now its lesson is complete. You have listened, you have understood, you have spoken truth into it, and truth dissolves illusion as sunlight dissolves the shadow. So before this journey closes, place your hand once more upon your heart. Feel the warmth beneath your palm. That rhythm, that sacred pulse, is the voice of God within you saying you are loved, you are whole, you are free. Let those words move through you like water through crystal, and as they do, imagine every last fragment of pain leaving you, quietly, gracefully, as if carried away by a soft tide of light. No struggle, no fear, no resistance, only release, only peace. You are not here to fight pain, you are here to remember your wholeness. To remember that what you call healing is simply love recognizing itself. So the next time you feel that ache, that heaviness, that whisper of sorrow, don't curse it, don't resist it, just speak to it. Speak gently, speak truthfully, speak with divine authority. You may rest now. You have served your purpose. I am healed because I have remembered. And watch how it fades, how it loosens its hold, how it returns to the nothingness from which it came. Because the law of divine mind is eternal, what you bless releases you. What you speak with love transforms before your eyes. So go now with peace in your heart and light in your voice. And remember the final truth. Speak to your pain and watch it leave. And now, beloved friend, before we part, let us seal this moment with a blessing. You have listened not just with your ears but with your soul. You have traveled through remembrance, from fear to faith, from pain to peace, from separation to divine order. And because consciousness has shifted within you, life must respond. By law, it cannot be otherwise. So as you hear these words, let them wash over you like warm rain after a long drought, cleansing, comforting, renewing. May every cell of your body remember its divine pattern of perfection. May every thought return to peace. May every breath carry you closer to the stillness that heals all things. May you wake tomorrow lighter, freer, radiant with quiet certainty that something within you has already changed, that the healing has begun, that divine order is now unfolding perfectly in your life. And as this truth becomes your lived reality, remember you are not alone. There are thousands, perhaps millions, walking this same path. Seekers, healers, dreamers, each one remembering the light within. This community is the living proof that love heals, that consciousness transforms, that truth is not a philosophy but a force. So if tonight something stirred in you, a peace, a realization, a quiet knowing, share it. Leave your testimony in the comments below, not for attention but for alignment. Because every time you declare your healing, you strengthen it. Every time you share your light, someone lost in the dark finds their way home. Your words might be the miracle another heart has been praying for. And if this message spoke to your soul, write in the comments, peace be with you. Divine order is restoring me now. Say it not as a wish, but as truth. Because when you affirm divine order, you set it in motion. You announce to the universe, I am ready, I am receptive, I am healed. Let us end this gathering as one mind, one field of light, united in silent gratitude. Take one final deep breath, in through the nose and out through the mouth. Feel peace spreading through you like sunlight through clear water. You are whole, you are free. You are divinely guided and eternally loved, and as you walk into the rest of your day or drift gently into sleep tonight, carry these words with you, words that echo beyond time, spoken by the infinite presence within you. Peace be with you. Divine order is restoring you now. Before this moment ends, take a breath and feel what's changed within you. Something has shifted, not out there, but in here. You have remembered the truth that Joseph Murphy spent his life revealing. Your mind is divine power in motion. Your words are living forces, and your faith is the hand that shapes reality itself. So let this be your declaration tonight. Not just a thought, but a vibration released into the universe. Divine order is restoring me now. Write it in the comments below. Not for me, for you. Because the moment you write it, you declare to the universe, I believe, I trust, I am ready for miracles. If this message spoke to your soul, if you felt peace rising in you, then like this video. Let the algorithm of the universe and of YouTube know that this wisdom still matters. And subscribe, dear friend. Not as a gesture of habit, but as a vow to your awakening. Every week we walk deeper into the hidden laws of the mind, into the same timeless teachings that turned words into healing, and faith into flesh. When you subscribe, you don't just join a channel, you join a movement of consciousness remembering itself. Together we are rewriting the language of belief, restoring divine order to the world, one awakened soul at a time. So before you go, breathe deeply once more, and whisper, softly, truthfully, my words are sacred, my mind is divine, my healing has begun. Then share this message with someone you love, because when one mind awakens, all minds rise. Peace be with you. Divine order is restoring you now. Have you ever felt as though life had closed every door, no matter how earnestly you prayed, as if the very air around you had grown heavy and the halls of your mind echoed with the sound of footsteps that never arrive? I have sat with many souls who knew that feeling, the letter that did not bring relief, the diagnosis that chilled the heart, the silence after a plea that seemed to vanish into the night. Perhaps you have watched opportunities pass like ships in fog, or felt the weight of loneliness in a crowded room. Perhaps you have wondered whether the heavens had forgotten your name. Listen to me now. Your suffering is not a sentence from some stern judge. It is not punishment. It is the result of an inner law, misdirected, powerful, impartial, obedient to the tone of your deepest conviction. The body, the circumstance, the very currents of your affairs, all of them answer the signal you are broadcasting, often without knowing it. You have asked and waited, begged and worried, hoped and trembled, but I will show you another way. I will place in your hands a key so simple that the anxious mind will be tempted to overlook it. You are only 7 seconds away from commanding miracles, 7 seconds to stand still within, to gather yourself, to speak with authority, and to watch the storm acknowledge its master. Not the master of ego, but the master within, the indwelling presence that fashioned you, sustains you, and responds perfectly to faith spoken as law. When your word is aligned with that presence, it does not wander, it accomplishes that whereunto it is sent. Tonight we shall recover the forgotten art of decree. We shall cease negotiating with trouble and begin instructing it. You will learn to speak from the end, to let your voice carry the fragrance of completion, and to feel, even as you speak, that the work is already done in the unseen. If this truth stirs something noble in you, if a quiet yes rises in your heart, declare your readiness now. Write in the comments, I'm ready to command miracles. Let it be your first decree, a small trumpet at the gate, announcing that a new governor has taken his seat within. Take a slow breath. Lift your head. The night is not your master. In 7 seconds spoken from the center of your being, you will remember who you are, and the world will remember how to obey. Long before the first temple was built, long before the printing of a single scripture, the wise knew of a law that governs all creation, the law of command. It is the quiet principle behind every answered prayer, every healing, every seeming miracle. It is the law that shapes the invisible into the visible, the unformed into the formed. It does not belong to any creed or age. It is the eternal language through which the infinite speaks itself into expression. This law does not answer to pleading, nor does it recognize despair. It is deaf to fear, and it is blind to supplication. The universe does not respond to begging, it responds to belief spoken with authority. The subconscious mind, that silent builder of your destiny, is not moved by tears or noise, it is moved by conviction. It listens not to words alone, but to the tone beneath them. When you ask timidly, it records uncertainty. When you speak in faith, It records law. There is a profound difference between asking and commanding. Asking implies separation. It admits, I do not have. Commanding affirms unity. It declares, it is already mine. To ask is to hope that something outside of you will deliver. To command is to recognize that the power has been within you from the beginning. Asking looks upward. Commanding looks inward. For years I too asked. I prayed with words dipped in fear, with thoughts divided between faith and doubt, and though I repeated the phrases of truth, I felt as though my petitions vanished into space. Only when I discovered the law of command did I understand my words had been requests, not decrees. I was asking the infinite to act, when the infinite was waiting for me to give the order. You see, the subconscious mind, that vast ocean beneath the surface of your waking thought, does not reason, argue, or question. It obeys. Whatever you impress upon it with feeling, it expresses without hesitation. It is like the soil, it does not care whether you plant wheat or thorns, it will yield both in exact proportion to your faith. When you command with certainty, you do not shout or strain. You speak as one who knows the outcome. The command is quiet yet absolute. Just as the captain of a great ship speaks calmly, and the entire crew moves at once, so the subconscious obeys the calm voice of authority. The 7 seconds of power are those in which you gather every fiber of belief, every pulse of conviction, and direct it inward, not as a wish, but as a law. In those 7 seconds you can reverse the invisible patterns shaping your reality. You can speak a new pattern into the depths of mind, and the outer world must obey. The body will adjust, the circumstance will rearrange, the path will open, not through struggle but through alignment. For the law cannot resist its own command. This is the forgotten truth of creation. Your word is the seed of all that appears. When spoken in faith, it descends into the subconscious and begins to grow after its kind. The ignorant speak carelessly and wonder why chaos answers. The awakened speak with intention and watch the universe bend to their tone. And so tonight I will show you how to use this law not as a superstition but as a scientific fact of consciousness. You will learn to stand in silence for 7 seconds, to speak from your divine center, and to watch the currents of life rearrange themselves in perfect obedience. There was a time in my own life when these truths were not yet living realities but distant ideas printed on the pages of my books. I was teaching faith, yet doubting in silence. Outwardly I spoke about divine power, about the mind's creative force, but inwardly I wrestled with the shadows of my own uncertainty. It was many years ago, during a period of deep trial. My finances were strained. My health was faltering. I had given my entire life to teaching others about the power of the subconscious, and yet, in the quiet hours of the night, I felt abandoned by the very law I taught. I remember walking alone down a quiet street in Los Angeles, the city lights flickering against the damp pavement. I felt as though every prayer I had uttered had dissolved into the air without an echo. That evening I sat at my desk. Papers scattered, bills unopened, and I whispered the same words I had said 1,000 times before. God, please help me. But the words felt empty. They carried no life, no conviction, and suddenly something within me spoke, not in thunder, not in words, but in awareness. It said, you are not meant to beg the infinite, you are meant to direct it. That realization struck me like lightning. I understood in one blinding moment that every time I asked, I was affirming lack. I was reinforcing separation between myself and the power that moves worlds. I saw that my pleas were the very chains holding me captive, so I stopped. I became utterly still. I took a deep breath and allowed my racing thoughts to settle. And then, without fear or hesitation, I spoke aloud, not a prayer, not a plea, but a command. Peace. Be still. The moment those words left my lips, something extraordinary happened. The tension that had bound my chest released. My mind grew quiet, so quiet that I could hear the ticking of the clock across the room. It was as if every particle in the air had paused to listen. In those 7 seconds, a revelation unfolded within me. I realized that I had never been waiting on God. God had been waiting on me, waiting for me to speak with authority, to recognize that I was not separate from the source but an extension of it. It was a night I shall never forget. The burden that had weighed on me for months lifted entirely. There was no angelic chorus, no blinding light, only a deep, unshakable calm, and from that calm everything began to change. Within days, new opportunities appeared. My health improved, my strength returned. The bills that once terrified me were paid with ease. But more important than any outward change was the inward knowing. I had touched the law that governs all manifestation. That night I stopped asking and started commanding. The 7-second law is not a superstition. It is not a ritual of seconds counted on a clock. It is the moment when faith, feeling, and authority unite into one single vibration. It is the instant when the divided self, the part that prays and the part that doubts, becomes one voice, one command, one certainty. When I speak of 7 seconds, I do not mean that there is magic in the number. I mean that there is power in the brief silence between hesitation and faith, the moment when your whole being aligns and knows. In those 7 seconds, the conscious and the subconscious touch hands, the seed of your word falls into fertile soil, and the law of life begins to act upon it. Think of the words spoken by Jesus to the storm. Peace, be still. He did not shout over the waves. He did not plead with the wind. He spoke as one who knew that the elements themselves were extensions of his own consciousness, and immediately the sea obeyed. That was not miracle. It was law. The law of command in perfect expression. Every true command carries 3 elements. First, faith, the inner conviction that what you declare already exists in the unseen. Second, feeling, the emotional tone that seals the belief, the heartbeat that tells the subconscious this is real. And third, authority, the calm certainty that leaves no space for contradiction. Faith without feeling is hollow. Feeling without authority is unstable. But when faith, feeling, and authority move together, creation begins instantly. It is not about time, it is about tone. You may speak 1,000 affirmations without power, or you may speak one decree in a whisper that shakes the universe. It is not the length of the prayer that matters, but the depth of conviction behind it. In those 7 seconds, when you stand still and declare truth with your whole being, you impress the subconscious mind completely, and the subconscious, ever obedient, begins to rearrange every detail of your outer life to reflect that inner decree. It cannot do otherwise. The law is precise. It does not interpret your words. It mirrors your belief. Say, peace, be still, and feel peace, and peace will come. Say, I am healed, and feel healed, and the body must obey. But if you say the words and secretly tremble with doubt, the subconscious receives the doubt, not the phrase. Therefore, when you practice the 7-second command, do not rush and do not repeat from anxiety. Be still, know what you wish to express. Feel it is already done. And when that inner yes arises, that quiet knowing that needs no proof, then speak. That is the moment when the divine power within you answers itself. You will feel it when it happens. A warmth, a calm, a sense of finality. There is no more pleading, no more wishing. You have spoken the law into motion. The command has gone forth, and it will not return void. This, my friend, is the 7-second law, the art of speaking from union with the infinite. The mind that commands is not the small personality, it is the divine mind within, expressing through your voice. And when you let that mind speak, the world must fall into harmony with your word. The universe, my friend, does not hear the arrangement of your words. It feels the tone behind them. The infinite mind is not impressed by eloquence, nor is it moved by emotion alone. It responds with mathematical precision to the vibration of your belief. Your tone is the true prayer. I have heard many people say, but Dr. Murphy, I have repeated the same affirmation for months and nothing happens. And I always ask, tell me, with what tone do you speak it? Because you see, fear spoken politely is still fear, while faith whispered calmly moves mountains. It is not the phrase I am prosperous that changes your world. It is the tone of certainty behind it. You may say the right words and yet project the vibration of doubt, and the subconscious will obey the doubt, not the declaration. The law is impartial. It mirrors the energy, not the syntax. When you truly understand this, you will stop trying to convince the universe, and you will begin to command it. The creative power does not require persuasion. It requires recognition. You don't stand in the dark and beg the light to turn on. You simply flip the switch. You know that the power is already there, waiting for your direction. And so it is with the mind. You do not plead for peace, you speak it. You do not ask for abundance, you declare it. You do not hope for healing, you command it, in the same quiet certainty with which you would turn on the light. As I wrote years ago in The Power of Your Subconscious Mind, Your subconscious mind takes the commands you give it based upon what you truly believe and accept as true. It has no sense of humor, no moral judgment, no choice of its own. It simply executes the tone of your belief. If you say I am well, but your inner tone trembles with fear, the subconscious feels the fear and reproduces it. But if you say I am well with calm conviction, even softly, even once, the subconscious accepts it as law, and the healing begins immediately. Think of your words as seeds. The sound of the seed falling into the soil matters little. It is the quality of life within the seed that determines what grows. Your tone is that life force. When I began to understand this principle, I changed the way I spoke to myself. I stopped trying to sound positive and began to feel positive before I spoke. I would sit quietly, breathe deeply, and allow peace to fill my heart. Then, from that peace, I would speak. And every time, without exception, the atmosphere around me would change. The tension would lift. Ideas would come. Circumstances would shift. Because when your tone carries authority, the universe echoes authority back to you. As I once said in a lecture in Dublin, the world within creates the world without. Speak with faith, and the outer must reflect it. Remember this truth. The power that governs the stars, that moves the tides and shapes destiny, is listening not to your words but to your feeling of certainty. So before you speak your next command, pause. Feel the divine presence within you. Let that calm assurance rise. The knowing that the law is already at work. Then, in that sacred stillness, speak your word. Not loudly, not desperately, but authoritatively. For the universe does not respond to noise, it responds to knowing. Now let me take you a little deeper, into the sacred meeting point between spirit and science, where divine law and human understanding shake hands. Many people think that the 7-second command is merely poetic language, but it is far more than that. It describes the very rhythm by which your subconscious accepts an idea. You see, the conscious mind, the part of you that reasons, analyzes, and argues, operates like a gatekeeper. It questions, it doubts, it delays, but beneath it lies a greater intelligence, the subconscious mind, the silent builder of your destiny. And this mind, my friend, responds not to argument, but to feeling. Modern psychology, even in my own time, was beginning to glimpse this truth. Experiments showed that the subconscious reacts instantly to emotionalized thought, not after hours of reasoning but within a few brief seconds of focused feeling. I have often said your subconscious mind accepts what you feel as true, and now we can see why. When you speak with conviction, when you feel the truth of your word, your nervous system shifts. The electrical impulses in your brain change frequency, your breathing slows, your heart steadies. In that brief span, about 7 seconds, the conscious and subconscious align, and the suggestion passes inward unopposed. It is as if the conscious mind opens its gate just long enough for one powerful seed to enter. Once that seed is planted, the subconscious takes it as law. It begins immediately to rearrange your inner chemistry, your habits, your perception, and even the circumstances of your outer world to match that inner decree. I have watched this countless times in healings and success stories, in moments of deep transformation. A woman who had been sick for years and one night, in tears, spoke, "I am whole." She said it once, but with such finality, such feeling, that her subconscious accepted it, and within days her body began to respond. It is not magic, it is law. Your subconscious is the builder of the body, the molder of your destiny. It governs your heartbeat, your digestion, your breathing, all without your conscious thought. So when you speak with absolute conviction, your command reaches directly into those same centers that control life itself. The scientists of our age are beginning to glimpse this truth through what they call the observer effect. The realization that consciousness itself influences matter. The direction of your attention determines the behavior of energy. What you observe with feeling becomes organized reality. I tell you, my friend, faith is not blind. Faith is the highest form of scientific precision. When you hold an image in mind and clothe it with feeling, you impress it upon the deeper mind, and in about 7 seconds of undivided attention, that impression is made. This is why so many fail with affirmations. They repeat them endlessly, yet never enter that moment of still emotional conviction. Their words bounce off the conscious mind, never reaching the soil of the subconscious. But when you speak once, just once, with total certainty, you need not repeat it. The law has received its command. I often say, The subconscious is like rich soil. Whatever seed you plant, faith or fear, it will grow. The 7 seconds are simply the planting. After that, your task is not to dig up the seed, but to trust the process of growth. So when you speak your command, take a deep breath, feel the truth of your words. Let every cell in your body agree with you. In that sacred instant, the divine intelligence within you receives the order. And from that moment onward, unseen forces begin to move. It may take hours or days before the evidence appears, but make no mistake, the law is already at work. For the subconscious mind does not delay. It acts the instant it is impressed, and that, my friend, is the true science of the 7 seconds, the meeting of divine faith and biological law, where thought becomes form and word becomes world. Let me share with you now a few living testimonies of this great law, stories that I witnessed with my own eyes, proofs that the unseen responds faithfully to the command of belief. Many years ago, a man came to see me in Los Angeles. He was frail, his voice weak, his body trembling. The doctors had told him that his heart was failing and that he had only months to live. I could see the fear etched into every line of his face. He said to me, "Dr. Murphy, I've prayed, I've begged, I've done everything I know." I looked at him gently and said, "My friend, you have asked enough. Now it is time to command." I told him to go home that night, sit quietly, place his hand upon his heart and say once, with feeling and authority, "The healing presence of God is flowing through every cell of my body now." He asked, "How many times should I say it?" And I answered, "Once, but mean it. Feel it. Speak as if life itself were listening, because it is." He did as I instructed. That night, he told me later, he sat in the stillness, took a deep breath, and spoke the words slowly, deliberately. In those few seconds, he said, something happened, the tension in his chest dissolved, warmth spread through his body, and for the first time in years he felt peace. Within weeks his color returned, his strength increased. His doctor called it a remarkable recovery, but he and I knew what had occurred. He had changed his inner command, and the body, obedient servant of the mind, followed. They didn't change the world. I often say, they changed the command. Another woman wrote to me from New York. Her husband had lost his job. They were on the brink of ruin. Every day she repeated her fears. "We can't make it, we'll lose the house." And each day her circumstances darkened, for her words were commands in disguise. When she discovered my writings, she decided to try the 7-second decree. She sat by her window one morning, closed her eyes, and whispered, "Divine abundance flows to us now. All channels are open, and all needs are met." She told me that, as she spoke, she felt something shift, not in the world around her but within. The anxiety quieted, the heaviness lifted. Within 2 weeks, her husband was offered a new position at double his former salary. Opportunities appeared as though the universe had simply been waiting for permission to bless them. "They didn't change the world," I wrote in reply, "they changed the command." And then there was a child, a little boy of 7, pale and weak, suffering from a chronic illness that had confounded every physician. His mother came to one of my lectures, desperate for hope. I told her, "Speak not to the sickness, but through it. Speak as one who knows that God is already within your child." That night she sat beside his bed, held his hand, and whispered softly, "The life of God flows through you now. You are strong, radiant, and free." She didn't beg or plead, she simply spoke with love and conviction. The boy looked up at her, smiled faintly, and said, "I feel warm, mother." In the weeks that followed, his strength returned. His appetite came back, and within months he was running in the garden again, laughing. These are not tales of chance. They are demonstrations of law, the law that obeys the tone of faith. In every case, the pattern was the same, from despair to command to peace to transformation. When the inner command changes, the outer world has no choice but to rearrange itself accordingly. Remember this truth, my friend, for it is the key to every miracle you will ever witness. You do not need to change the world, you only need to change the command. Now let us bring this great truth from the realm of theory into the practice of daily life. For knowledge, without application, is like a lamp hidden beneath a basket. The light must be used to illuminate your path. You may ask, "Dr. Murphy, how do I use this 7-second power?" And I say to you, the process is simple, but sacred. It is not a mechanical ritual, it is a spiritual communion. You are not performing a trick of the mind, you are aligning with the infinite intelligence that governs all life. First, quiet the mind. Withdraw your attention from the noise of the outer world. Sit in stillness. It may be in your chair by the fire or at your bedside before you sleep. Let the body grow calm. Breathe slowly, gently, as though each breath were the tide of the sea. Now place your hand over your heart, if you wish. Feel the rhythm of life within you, that steady pulse that never ceases, sustained by the same power that moves the stars. In that stillness you will sense a presence, the quiet awareness that I am. When you feel that peace settle upon you, speak your decree once. Not twice, not 10 times, once, but with total sincerity. Let your words rise from the depth of conviction, not from the surface of hope. You may say, "Divine order governs my life now," or "Peace, be still," or "Abundance flows to me freely." Whatever phrase carries your desire, let it be clothed in faith. Speak it slowly with reverence. Allow each word to sink inward like a stone dropped into still water. Feel its ripples move through every fiber of your being. Do not strain or try to make something happen. The decree itself sets the law in motion. Once you have spoken, let go completely. This, my friend, is the secret most forget. Do not repeat it anxiously. Do not wonder whether it worked. Do not dig up the seed you have planted. You have impressed your word upon the subconscious, your silent builder, and it will now go forth to accomplish that which you have spoken. As I have written before, when you pray, believe that you have received and you shall receive. The law of mind works through belief, not through repetition. The repetition of faith is not in words but in attitude, the calm assurance that your word has been heard. Make this a daily practice. In the morning before you rise, while your mind is still soft and receptive from sleep, speak your command. The moments between sleep and wakefulness are the most powerful, for the subconscious stands open like fertile soil awaiting the seed. Say quietly, "Today divine order governs all my ways. Peace surrounds me, success follows me, and love guides me." And in the evening as you drift into slumber, speak once more, not to ask but to affirm. You may whisper, "I sleep in perfect peace. The wisdom of God renews me, restores me, and directs me." Then rest. Know that your subconscious, the tireless servant, works through the night, weaving your decree into form, influencing people, conditions, and events to bring it forth. Do not worry about how or when the manifestation will appear. The how belongs to infinite mind. Your part is simply to speak the word and rest in the knowledge that it is done. In my travels and lectures, I have watched this practice transform thousands of lives, not through effort but through understanding. The universe is not moved by struggle. It is moved by law, and the law responds to the calm authority of faith. So tonight, when all the world grows quiet, try it for yourself. Sit still, breathe slowly, and let your heart become your temple. Speak your decree once, and let the silence carry it to the infinite. And in that moment, you will understand why I say it does not take time to reach God. It takes alignment, and alignment happens in a breath, in a heartbeat, in 7 seconds of absolute faith. Now, before we go further, let us speak of the one thing that blocks the working of this great law, the inner resistance of the mind. For the law of the subconscious is perfect, but man, through doubt and fear, often interrupts its operation. Many people come to me and say, "Dr. Murphy, I have spoken the word, but nothing has happened." And I ask them gently, "Have you also learned to be still? For you see, my friend, it is not enough to command, one must also trust." The moment you begin to question, to analyze, to wonder whether your command will work, you have already sent another opposite command, one of doubt. I often compare this to a farmer planting seed. He tills the soil, he waters it, and then he waits in faith, knowing that the seed will germinate in the darkness below. But what would you say of the farmer who each morning digs up his seed to see if it has sprouted? You would call him foolish. And yet this is precisely what so many do with their prayers. They plant the word of truth in the fertile soil of the subconscious and then disturb it with anxiety, impatience, and fear. You must remember, growth takes place in silence. The subconscious mind works beneath the surface of awareness. Its operations are quiet, steady, and sure. After you have spoken your decree, the most powerful thing you can do is to be still. The silence that follows your command is not emptiness. It is the womb of creation. It is there, in that sacred stillness, that invisible forces begin their perfect work. Do not rush to fill it with new words, new doubts, or new fears. Let the silence be your proof that the command has been received. You see, the anxious mind says, "What if it doesn't work?" But the faith-filled mind says, "It is done. One digs in the soil, the other rests in the harvest yet unseen. Which of these do you believe produces fruit? I have met many men and women who pray beautifully but cancel their prayer the moment they rise from it. They speak the word with one breath and speak their worry with the next. They affirm health, and then tell their neighbor how ill they feel. They decree prosperity, and then complain of lack. In doing so, they confuse the subconscious, that obedient servant which must take direction from the dominant tone of belief. Therefore, guard your silence after you speak the word. Let your inner atmosphere remain calm. Say within yourself, "My word has gone forth, it will not return void." This statement, drawn from Scripture, is not mere poetry, it is the description of a spiritual law. Once the command is released, it travels through the invisible in ways you cannot see, touching people, circumstances, and even distant events to fulfill itself in perfect order. And so, if fear should arise, as it sometimes will, do not fight it. Simply replace it with the remembrance of your decree. Whisper gently, "Peace, be still." You are not speaking to the outer world but to the storm of thought within. And just as the Master calmed the waves of the sea with those words, so will your own mind grow quiet under your authority. Do not confuse silence with inactivity. The silence after your decree is not waiting, it is trusting. It is that deep assurance that says, "The infinite is working, even now." My friend, the law of life never fails. It may seem slow to the impatient mind, but to the soul that knows, everything unfolds in perfect rhythm. So the next time you give your 7-second command, let your final word be peace, and then rest in the sacred stillness that follows. For it is in that stillness that miracles take root. Peace, my friend, is not merely the absence of noise, it is the presence of divine order. It is the quiet pulse of harmony at the heart of all creation, and it is the very frequency through which miracles are born. When peace enters, disorder cannot remain. The two are incompatible vibrations, as darkness cannot remain when the light is kindled. Many people search for power, for faith, for success, not realizing that what they truly seek is peace, for peace is the highest vibration of faith. It is the still knowing that all is well, even when appearances suggest otherwise. I remember once, in the early days of my ministry, I faced a time of great turmoil. My work seemed uncertain, friends doubted me, even my own faith wavered. I was striving, struggling, trying to make life bend to my will. And one evening, exhausted, I sat by my desk and simply said aloud, "I surrender all this effort. I stop fighting life." In that moment, something remarkable occurred. It was as if a great weight lifted from my shoulders and an inner calm, deep, silent, steady, filled the room. I realized that for years I had been trying to move the law instead of letting the law move through me. From that night onward, I stopped fighting life, and life began to obey. That is stormproof peace, the peace that does not depend upon the outer world but arises from the center of being. It is the peace that allows a man to stand amidst chaos and still speak the word of authority. You see, the world cannot be commanded from a restless heart. The universe recognizes not emotion but alignment. When you command from agitation, your words scatter like leaves in the wind, but when you speak from peace, they move with the weight of eternity behind them. Your subconscious accepts the vibration of peace as truth, and the world mirrors it back in perfect form. You may have noticed this in small ways already. When you are calm, things flow easily, conversations, decisions, even coincidences. But when you are anxious, everything seems to resist. This is not chance, it is law. Peace opens the channel to divine intelligence, worry closes it. So if you wish to command miracles, you must first become the peace you seek. Before you speak, still your heart. Before you decree, breathe deeply until the quiet descends. Let your command arise from that inner stillness, and it will move mountains. This is why the great teacher could still the tempest with 3 simple words. Peace, be still. Those words carried power not because of their sound but because of the state of consciousness from which they were spoken. He was not pleading with the storm. He was extending his inner peace to it. The storm outside was only a reflection of calm already established within. You and I are called to do the same, for every storm that rages around you has its roots in the unseen, in the thoughts, fears, and emotions that fill your inner atmosphere. Bring peace there, and the outer must follow. Do not think of peace as something to earn or chase. Peace is your natural state, the divine rhythm of your soul. You have only to return to it. Speak softly to yourself. I am centered in divine peace. Let the words sink in until you feel the calm spreading through your body. In that calm, ideas come clearly, intuition guides perfectly, and the path unfolds without struggle. And when challenges appear, as they surely will, remember this truth. Peace is not the reward for overcoming the storm, it is the power that calms it. When you learn to dwell in peace, you will find that nothing outside you can truly disturb you again. The winds may blow, the waves may rise, but you will stand steady, anchored in the eternal stillness that governs all life. That, my friend, is the frequency of miracles, and it has been within you all along. There comes a moment, dear friend, when practice becomes nature, when the truth you once repeated begins to live through you. It is the quiet graduation from being a seeker of miracles to being their commander. It is the moment when you realize that you no longer ask the universe for favor, because you are the universe speaking through form. This is what I call the stage of mastery. It is not arrogance nor the pride of the intellect. It is humility before the law, the deep knowing that the same power that spun the stars beats within your heart. You do not beg life to change, you direct it gently, as a musician leads his orchestra. You speak with peace, not pressure. You command without strain, for you know the law is obedient to your faith. When this awareness dawns, the relationship between you and the infinite shifts. You stop looking upward, hoping for mercy, and begin looking inward, recognizing presence. You see that prayer was never a request, but a remembrance. You are not trying to reach God. You are awakening as God's expression. In this stage, every moment of life becomes sacred practice. You no longer reserve your decrees for crisis or ceremony, you live them. When worry whispers in your mind, you do not argue, you command. When tension rises, you speak softly within yourself. Peace, be still. When a difficulty appears, you don't collapse into fear, you affirm quietly, divine order governs this situation now. Do not imagine this means you will never feel human emotion again. Even the master feels the winds of circumstance brush against him, but he no longer lets them carry him away. His anchor is faith, his voice is calm, and from that calm, creation obeys. I remember a man who once told me, Dr. Murphy, I wish I could live in that peace all the time. I said to him, you can, if you begin each day with the command of truth. When you awaken in the morning, do not rush into the noise of the world. Before your feet touch the floor, take 7 seconds to align your consciousness with divine order. Breathe deeply. Feel gratitude for the day unfolding before you. Then in that gentle stillness, whisper your morning decree. You might say, today divine intelligence governs my thoughts, divine love directs my actions, and divine abundance follows my every step. Speak it once, as though it were the most natural truth in the world, because it is. Then rise and go about your day, knowing that your word has already shaped it. When small challenges appear, do not wait for them to grow. Stop for a moment, just 7 seconds, and speak your word again. It may be as simple as I am guided, or all is well. Do not underestimate these brief decrees. Each one is a pulse of divine energy that resets your entire vibration. The master of life does not control the world. He aligns with it. He understands that outer events are but shadows cast by inner tone. And so he keeps his tone harmonious, his command firm but kind, his heart steady in peace. You may begin today to live this mastery. It requires no ceremony, no temple, no ritual beyond awareness itself. Simply remember who you are, a vessel through which the infinite expresses. The words of your mouth are not small vibrations lost in air. They are creative decrees, the sound of God remembering himself through you. When you reach this realization, something wondrous occurs. You stop commanding for things, and you begin commanding as truth itself. You no longer say, let there be light. You live as the light. You no longer say, I am healed. You embody wholeness. That is the highest form of prayer, not petition but participation in the eternal act of creation. So tomorrow morning, when you open your eyes to the new day, take a breath, smile, and give your 7-second decree of peace, love, and order. Speak it not to make it true, but because it is true. And then walk through your day as one who knows that every word you speak, every thought you hold is shaping the fabric of your world. You are no longer the seeker, my friend. You are the commander, the living expression of divine mind awakened to its own authority. There is one more mystery, perhaps the greatest of all, the hidden secret that few ever learn. It is this: the command is not complete until you release it. The power of your word does not lie in endless repetition, but in the stillness that follows it. When you speak your decree, you send it forth into the invisible like a seed cast into rich soil. But the seed cannot grow if you keep your hand upon it. It needs the darkness, the moisture, the quiet of the earth. And so it is with your word. You must let it go into the silence, trusting that the divine law is already at work. I have met many earnest souls who speak the truth, yet never learn to rest in it. They affirm with passion, but they never enter peace. They give the command and then immediately look around to see if something has changed. My friend, that is not faith, that is fear in disguise. True command ends in rest. When you speak your word, divine order governs my life now, or I am whole, prosperous and free. Feel it once, know it, and then release it to the infinite. Let the silence carry it. That silence is not absence, it is divine presence without sound. It is the sacred womb where creation unfolds unseen. In that silence, there is no effort, no struggle, no waiting. The moment you let go, the subconscious takes over, infinite intelligence begins its perfect work. Just as you do not strain to make your heart beat or your lungs breathe, you need not strain to make the law fulfill itself. It knows what to do. You have done your part. You have spoken with authority, and now you must trust the law. This trust is not passive. It is active confidence. It says, I have spoken my word, and it is done. That feeling of finality is the very signal that the subconscious recognizes as completion. So, after every command, practice this sacred discipline, be silent. Sit for a few moments in quiet awareness. Let your mind become as still as a calm lake at dawn. Do not search for signs, or try to sense results. Simply rest in the knowing that your word has been planted, and the law of growth is in motion. I often tell my students, your word is planted, now let it grow. You do not tell the flower how to bloom, nor the sun how to rise. You trust the process because you know it works by divine rhythm. The same rhythm governs your decrees. Silence is not the end of your prayer, it is the completion of it. It is the moment when the human self steps aside and allows the divine to move. That silence is where God speaks back. Not in words, but in peace. And if doubt ever tries to creep in, do not disturb the soil with worry. Instead, smile gently and whisper, the law is faithful. My word is fulfilled. Then carry on with your day, secure in quiet certainty. This is the final act of mastery, to speak, to trust, and to rest. For creation is not accomplished in the noise of striving, but in the stillness of surrender. In that sacred pause after your decree, you and the infinite are one, speaker and listener, seed and soil, creator and creation, all moving in the same divine rhythm. Now, my beloved friend, let us bring all of this together, not as theory, but as living truth within you. Wherever you are now, I invite you to become very still. Let the noise of the outer world drift away like the tide pulling back from the shore. You need not close your eyes, but if you wish to, let them rest gently. Feel your breathing slow and deepen. In this moment, there is nothing to do, nothing to fix, nothing to chase. Only awareness. The awareness that you are alive, that a quiet presence moves through you, sustaining every heartbeat, every breath, every thought. That presence has never left you. It is here now, ready to act through your word. Now softly, with the full weight of peace in your heart, whisper with me, peace, be still. Let the words linger in the air for a moment. Feel them ripple through your being like the calm after rain. Once more, slower this time. Let the phrase rise from the deepest place within you, as though your soul itself were speaking, peace, be still. And one final time, in complete surrender, not to the storm, but to the divine authority within you. Peace, be still. Do you feel it? That silence now surrounding you is not emptiness. It is power, the very substance from which creation is formed. These three words are the embodiment of the 7-second law. In those few seconds of perfect stillness, your mind, body, and spirit become one. The conscious and the subconscious join hands, and the universe bends to the vibration of your peace. Understand this truth deeply. You are not pleading with the storm to cease. You are reminding it who commands the sea. You are the voice of divine order speaking into chaos, and chaos cannot remain in your presence. This decree is the purest command, because it carries no resistance. It is faith in its highest form, not striving for change, but resting in truth. Every time you whisper these words, you re-establish your dominion over thought, emotion, and circumstance. So when fear arises, say gently, "Peace, be still." When confusion clouds your mind, speak it again. When the outer world trembles, whisper it once more. Each time you do, you summon the authority of divine consciousness itself. Let this be your final practice tonight. Let it echo beyond these words, beyond sound, into the quiet rhythm of your soul. For you, dear friend, are not a beggar at the gates of heaven. You are heaven speaking to the earth. Peace, be still. And so it is. My beloved friend, as we come to the end of this journey together, I want you to remember what you have felt here tonight, not merely as words but as living truth moving through your soul. You have touched the quiet place within, that sacred center from which all power flows. It was never distant, never hidden from you. It was waiting for your recognition, for your words spoken in faith. And now as you walk forward from this moment, I bless you. I bless the ground you walk upon, for it responds to your command. I bless your mind, that it may remain open to divine wisdom. I bless your heart, that it may rest forever in peace. And I bless your word, may it never again fall idle, but carry life, order, and healing wherever it is spoken. You are no longer the one who pleads. You are the one who commands in love. When you speak, heaven listens. When you decree, the universe obeys. And when you rest in peace, creation aligns around you. If this truth has stirred something deep within you, if your soul remembers who it truly is, then I invite you to make your declaration before the world. Write these words, with conviction and faith. I am the commander. Let it not be a mere comment, but a signal to the universe that you have remembered your divine authority. When you write it, you affirm before heaven and earth that the age of fear has ended, and the age of faith has begun. And if you wish to walk further in this truth, to keep your consciousness fed with the light of divine wisdom, then remain close to this work. Every word we share together is a step deeper into remembrance. Each awakened voice strengthens the others. Each soul that remembers its power helps the whole world remember. For we are not many, we are one consciousness awakening to itself. When one mind is illumined, all of humanity is lifted by that light. And now, before we part, take a slow breath, feel the stillness returning. Let your heart whisper once more those sacred words that calm the sea and command the world within. Peace, be still. Carry that peace with you into tomorrow, into every thought, every act, every breath. For peace is not the end of your journey. It is the essence of who you are. And so, my dear friend, I say to you now, with all the tenderness of the Spirit that sent us both here, peace be with you. And so it is. Imagine for a moment that every prayer you've ever spoken still exists, not rejected, not forgotten, but waiting, suspended in the invisible, like a letter written in the wrong language, never delivered because the address was unclear. Tonight we are going to uncover the language, not a lofty language of rituals or complicated formulas, but the exact inner posture that makes prayer inevitable, the hidden rhythm that turns words into law and law into results. The truth is simple. Your subconscious mind is the builder. It does not respond to desperation, it does not answer volume, and it is not moved by poetic phrasing. It responds to the identity behind your words, the feeling that rides beneath them. When you speak as if you already have, when you declare as if the answer is already yours, the builder obeys instantly. But when you pray as someone who lacks, who waits, who doubts, the builder also obeys by creating more lack, more waiting, more doubt. What I am about to give you are 11 prayers that most people were never taught. They are brief because power prefers clarity. They are precise because your subconscious accepts exact commands, not vague requests. Each one is like a master key cut for a specific door. Your role is to speak them slowly in the present, with gratitude so real that your body feels it. After you speak, you release. You don't beg. You don't check if it worked. You walk forward like someone whose request has already been stamped and approved in the courts of heaven. Before we dive into the first prayer, let's set the tone together. If you're ready to declare to the universe that you are open to divine guidance and ready for incredible results, write in the comments right now, "I will have incredible results." This simple act plants the seed, aligning your intention with the infinite. First prayer, restoration. Let us begin with the prayer of restoration. This is for anything that has felt broken, lost, or delayed, a relationship that has grown cold, an opportunity that seemed to slip away, money that disappeared without return, Restoration is not about replacement. Replacement says something is gone. Restoration says the pattern of wholeness still exists and it is returning now. The subconscious responds to restoration because it implies there is already an order waiting to reassemble. Here is how you speak it. Thank you for complete restoration now. What looked lost returns better than before. Every door I need opens. Every good I need finds me. I receive restoration now. As you speak, close your eyes and see just one vivid picture of proof. Perhaps it's the subject line of an email that reads approve. Perhaps it's the sound of a familiar voice saying welcome back. Perhaps it's the image of a signed contract resting in your hand. Keep it simple. One snapshot you can return to every day because your subconscious builds faster from one clear photograph than from a blur of scattered images. And as you do this, soften your shoulders, let your breath deepen, allow your face to relax. The body must agree with the prayer, for your body is the loudspeaker of your subconscious. Do not rehearse stories of ruin to your friends. Do not tell 3 people a day how bad it is, because every word becomes fresh blueprint for your inner builder. If you must speak of it, speak as someone in the middle of a testimony. It's turning, pieces are coming together. I'm being guided to the right people. After praying, take one small step that agrees with restoration. Send the message you've been avoiding. Clear the space where the new agreement belongs. Review the numbers. Apologize, if that is what your spirit prompts you to do. Action is prayer with feet. The universe rushes to fill prepared places, and when the voice of doubt tries to whisper that it is too late, do not argue with it. Place your hand over your heart, breathe once, and repeat slowly. Restoration is active now. I choose the finished feeling. Then walk on. Faith is not wrestling with fear. Faith is replacing it. I knew a man once whose entire partnership collapsed overnight. He felt as though his life's work had been erased. But every morning and every night he used this prayer, holding just one image in mind, the light of his phone with a new name flashing across it. He took one faithful action each day in agreement with restoration. Within 3 weeks, a new partner appeared with cleaner terms, unexpected resources, and a fresh path forward. He did not bully the timing. He aligned the interior, and the exterior had no choice but to follow. Use the restoration prayer daily, especially in the morning before the noise of the world speaks, and at night when your subconscious is most open. Keep the image simple, keep the gratitude steady, and keep your actions aligned. Restoration is not a trickle, it is a river. Your role is only to open the gate. Second prayer, provision. Now let us move into the prayer of provision. This prayer is for supply, for every visible and invisible need, for money in the bank, food on the table, opportunities at your door. The world has taught most people to pray for provision as beggars, to plead with heaven as though God were holding back the daily bread. But provision is not granted reluctantly. It is the nature of the source to flow. The way the sun cannot help but shine, the way rivers cannot help but run downhill. Provision does not begin in your wallet. It does not begin with your employer. It does not begin in the numbers on a screen. Provision begins in consciousness, and consciousness speaks through word. If you say, I can't afford this, you have sealed the gate. If you say money is so hard to come by, you have placed a lock on your own flow. And yet if you say with calm certainty, supply is mine, here and now, you open invisible doors the world cannot see. Here is the prayer, God is my instant, constant, and lavish supply. Large sums of money come to me quickly under grace, in perfect ways. I am always abundantly provided for. Do not rush these words. Speak them slowly, as if each phrase were laying a foundation stone. Instant, constant, lavish. Let those 3 words sink deep into the soil of your being. Instant because supply is not delayed in the divine. Constant because supply is never interrupted. Lavish because the universe does not deal in scraps. As you say this prayer, imagine one simple frame of provision already fulfilled. Perhaps you see your bank app lighting up with numbers larger than you expected. Perhaps you feel the envelope in your hand, heavier than it should be. Perhaps you simply see your pantry full, every shelf lined with abundance. Keep it simple. One scene, one picture. Let the prayer and the image marry each other until they feel like one experience. And then, walk as one who is provided for. When you pay for something, do not sigh, do not shrink, do not mutter, there it goes. Instead, bless the transaction. This money circulates back to me multiplied. When you receive something, do not treat it as accident. Whisper instead, "This is proof that supply is alive and faithful." Your tone matters more than your tally. I remember a woman who had only $2 left. By the world's measure, she was broke. But she sat quietly, held the bills in her hand, and whispered this prayer: "God is my instant, constant, and lavish supply. These $2 are divine substance. They cannot be depleted. They multiply now under grace." Within days, $6,000 found its way to her from a source she had never imagined. Did the words create the money? No. They released it. The supply was always there, hovering, waiting, searching for a channel. Her prayer aligned her vibration to that channel, and what was unseen became visible. So with this prayer, do not measure provision by what you can count today. Speak it in the morning, and feel as though your pockets are already full. Speak it at night, and imagine your sleep as a sacred investment returning with interest. The subconscious does not know the difference between present and future. It only knows the vibration of certainty, and when it hears certainty, it sets the entire field of life in motion to prove you right. The secret is not to hope with trembling lips. The secret is to speak with calm authority, as if you are announcing the weather that already is. Say it once slowly, with a steady breath, then walk away from the prayer as if the check were already signed, as if the food were already on the table, as if the opportunity were already yours. That is provision. That is law. Third prayer, protection. Now we come to the prayer of protection. This is not only for safety from visible harm, but for the unseen shadows that whisper in the corners of your mind, for the fears that rise at night, for the doubts that circle like vultures. Protection is not just a shield around your body, it is a fortress around your consciousness. Because what touches the mind will soon touch the world, and if fear enters freely, lack and loss are not far behind. Most people pray for protection out of panic, as if danger is already winning and they must beg heaven to fight back. But true protection is not defense. It is awareness. It is alignment with the truth that nothing unclean, nothing harmful, nothing destructive can cross the threshold of a consciousness aligned with divine law. The prayer is simple. I am surrounded by divine protection. No harm can approach. Only good enters. Only good remains. I live in the safety of spirit. As you speak, feel yourself inside a sphere of light. Not an imagined bubble, but a living presence. Bright, steady, impenetrable. See it expand from your chest outward until it fills the entire room, until it wraps around your home, until it circles the people you love. You do not need to push anything away. You simply affirm that only good can stay. When you pray this in the morning, picture yourself moving through the day like someone walking inside a temple. Doors open, paths clear, conversations flow in peace, accidents are rerouted before they even appear. When you pray this at night, imagine your bed resting at the center of a sanctuary where angels stand guard, where no shadow can cross, where your sleep becomes a field of healing. The key is not fear. Do not say these words because you are afraid. Say them because you know the truth. Fear creates the very picture you dread. Truth erases it. You are not asking for protection, you are recognizing it already exists. You are not calling for help. You are remembering that help has never left you. I once knew a man who would not drive at night, convinced that danger followed him on the road. One evening, caught in a storm, he had no choice but to travel. With trembling hands, he repeated this prayer: I am surrounded by divine protection. No harm can approach. Only good enters. Only good remains. And as he spoke, his body calmed, his breath steadied, and he drove as though invisible hands were guiding him. He arrived safely, but more than that, he told me it was the first time he felt truly free from the fear itself. From that day, night driving no longer haunted him. Protection is not about building walls. It is about remembering who governs your atmosphere. Every time you enter a crowded room, every time you step into a place that once held fear, let these words move through you. Whisper them like a seal on your breath. Only good enters. Only good remains. And watch as situations that once felt dangerous transform into places of calm. Watch as people who carried tension approach you in peace. Say this prayer not as a reaction to trouble, but as a rhythm of life. It is not armor you wear in battle. It is the light you carry wherever you walk, and that light, once spoken into being, cannot be extinguished. Fourth prayer, guidance. Now we enter the prayer of guidance. This prayer is for those moments when the path looks foggy, when too many doors stand before you and you don't know which one to walk through, when choices feel heavy because you fear making the wrong move. Guidance is not about asking a distant God to drop answers from the sky. Guidance is the recognition that wisdom already lives in you, waiting to be heard when the noise of fear is quieted. The prayer is this: I am divinely guided, every step I take is ordered, every decision I make is blessed. I hear the inner voice clearly and I follow without fear. As you speak these words, breathe slowly and let your shoulders loosen. Imagine a golden thread stretching ahead of you, leading you from where you stand now to where you are meant to be. You don't need to see the whole path, only the next step illuminated by that golden light. Each time you pray, the thread shines a little further, until you realize the way has been mapped all along. Guidance rarely shouts. It whispers. It comes as a quiet nudge, a gentle sense of knowing, an inner tug toward one option and away from another. The prayer doesn't create guidance. It tunes you to the frequency where guidance already speaks. Think of it like adjusting a radio. The broadcast has always been there, but your dial must land on the right number before you can hear the song. I remember a woman facing two job offers. One promised more money, but left her uneasy. The other felt peaceful but offered less pay. For days she wrestled until finally she began to pray each morning. I am divinely guided. Every step I take is ordered. I hear the inner voice clearly and I follow without fear. She sat quietly after saying it, and a clear picture began to form. Herself walking through the doors of the second job, smiling, feeling light. She took that path, and within 6 months her salary doubled, her health improved, and she often said it was the best decision of her life. Guidance was never about logic. It was about alignment. When you pray this way, release the obsession with details. Stop asking, how will it work? Stop begging for a 5-year plan. Say the prayer, trust the whisper, and move one step at a time. When the mind argues, answer it gently. I don't need the whole map. I only need the next step. Guidance is a flow. Sometimes it looks like closed doors, sometimes like delays, sometimes like unexpected interruptions. Do not fight them. See them as part of the choreography that is leading you to your right place. The path of divine guidance is never random, never cruel, never careless. It is exact. It is precise. And when you stay in rhythm with this prayer, your life becomes a dance where every step, even the stumbles, are carrying you to the right destination. So each morning speak it aloud. Each night whisper it before you sleep. Imagine your dreams as a classroom where the answers are written on the board of your subconscious. And when you wake, notice what thought lingers, what image repeats, what feeling remains. That is guidance. That is spirit reminding you that you never walk blind. Fifth prayer. Healing. Now we arrive at the prayer of healing. Healing is not just about the body, though it certainly includes the body. Healing is about wholeness. It is about the wounds we carry in our minds, the grief we hold in our hearts, the fatigue in our spirits, the doubts we press down and pretend are not there. Healing is the return to harmony, the remembrance that the divine blueprint of your being is already perfect. The prayer is this: every cell in my body vibrates with divine life. I am whole. I am healed. I am restored now. When you speak these words, don't just say them. Feel them. See your body as a cathedral of light. Imagine each organ as a choir member, each cell as a tiny lamp, and together they are singing, glowing, vibrating with divine life. The prayer is not about forcing healing from the outside. It is about awakening the perfection already etched in your design. Think of a piano out of tune. The strings are intact, the wood is solid, but the sound is discordant. Healing is not building a new piano. Healing is tuning the strings back to their original resonance. And this prayer is the tuning fork. One man I worked with suffered from chronic pain for years. Doctors helped. Treatments gave temporary relief, but nothing seemed to last. When he began repeating, every cell in my body vibrates with divine life, I am whole, I am healed, I am restored now, something shifted. He didn't force it. He didn't beg for it. He simply breathed into the words every morning and every night. Over time, the pain began to loosen its grip. Energy returned. Sleep deepened. Within months, his condition had changed so dramatically that friends asked what miracle had happened. His answer was simple: I remembered my body was designed for health, not sickness. This is the essence of the healing prayer. You are not broken. You may be temporarily misaligned, but wholeness is the truth beneath the surface. Disease, pain, fatigue. These are visitors. They are not permanent residents unless you hand them the keys. Healing prayer is the eviction notice, the reminder that divine life, not illness, holds the lease on your body. But healing is also for the heart. Some of the deepest wounds are invisible. The betrayals, the losses, the disappointments we carry quietly. For these too, say I am whole, I am healed, I am restored now. Let it wash over the ache. Imagine the words as warm light seeping into every crack, every scar, every hidden shadow. The mind may argue, may replay the story of hurt, but the prayer does not argue back. The prayer simply replaces the story with a higher truth. You are more than your pain. You are more than what was done to you. Healing is also for the mind. Fear, anxiety, doubt, these are infections of thought. The healing prayer is the medicine. Say it when your mind spins with worry. Say it when you can't sleep at 2 a.m. Say it when the past drags its heavy chains across your present. And with each repetition, you are not begging to be fixed. You are commanding alignment with the wholeness that has always been yours. As you practice, notice the subtle changes. A calmer breath, a lighter mood, a day without the old ache, a new peace where grief once lived. Do not dismiss these as small. These are signs of alignment returning. Healing is often gradual, like dawn. First a faint glow, then a soft light, and finally the full sunrise. Trust the dawn. Keep praying. Keep declaring. So let this prayer be your companion. Every cell in my body vibrates with divine life. I am whole. I am healed. I am restored now. Say it until your body believes it. Say it until your mind surrenders to it. Say it until your heart opens to it. And one day you will look back and realize you are no longer waiting for healing, you are walking in it. Sixth prayer, abundance. Now we turn to the prayer of abundance. So many of us live as though supply is scarce, as though life is a competition for crumbs, as though God Himself is rationing blessings. But this is a lie whispered by fear. The truth is that abundance is the natural rhythm of the universe. The trees do not beg for sunlight. The oceans do not struggle to produce waves. The stars do not ration their light, and neither should you. The prayer is this: infinite riches flow to me freely. I am prosperous. I am supplied. I am safe in God's abundance now. Pause for a moment and let those words sink into you. Infinite riches, riches of opportunity, of resources, of relationships, of creativity. This prayer is not just about money, though it includes money. It is about knowing that you live in a friendly universe, one designed not to starve you but to support you. When you pray this, close your eyes and imagine a river, not a trickle, not a stream, but a great roaring river of abundance flowing endlessly. That river is divine supply. It is not locked up in vaults or controlled by markets. It flows freely, endlessly, ceaselessly. Now see yourself stepping into it. Feel it washing over you, carrying you, filling every pocket of need until lack is no longer even a thought. One woman I once knew used to say this prayer every morning while she made her coffee. At first she said it just with her lips, but after weeks of repeating, infinite riches flow to me freely, I am prosperous, I am supplied, I am safe in God's abundance now. Something changed. She began to feel prosperous before the bank account reflected it. She began to carry herself with quiet confidence. She stopped saying, I can't afford that, and started saying, I choose what I want to invest in. Within a year, opportunities she never imagined, clients, contracts, unexpected gifts began appearing. What had changed? Not the economy, not her luck, her consciousness. She stepped into the river. You see, the subconscious mind takes your prayer as instruction. If you say, I am broke, I am desperate, I never get ahead, the subconscious takes it literally and makes it your reality. But when you say, I am prosperous, I am supplied, I am safe in God's abundance now, it accepts that as fact and begins orchestrating ways to prove it. People show up, ideas spark, doors open. The river flows into your life in tangible ways. But remember, abundance is not greed. Abundance is not hoarding. True abundance means there is always enough and more to share. When you align with divine riches, you naturally want to bless others. Prosperity without generosity becomes poverty of spirit. but prosperity with gratitude and giving multiplies endlessly. Maybe right now you look at your life and say, but I'm drowning in bills, I'm stuck in debt, I'm barely surviving. That is the illusion. Yes, those conditions are real in the physical sense, but they are not the final truth. They are the shadow cast by old thinking. This prayer is the light that dissolves the shadow. When you repeat it with feeling day after day, you stop reinforcing lack and you begin programming your mind for flow. Say it when you pay a bill, not with fear but with gratitude. Say it when you hold money in your hand, whether a single coin or $100 bill. Say it when envy tries to creep in, when you see someone else prospering. Instead of thinking, why not me? Declare, infinite riches flow to me freely. I am prosperous. I am supplied. I am safe in God's abundance now. The shift will come first in your feelings. You will notice yourself walking lighter, less afraid, more trusting. And then, as consciousness changes, circumstances follow. This is divine law. Abundance begins within, then manifests without. So let this prayer become your anthem. Infinite riches flow to me freely. I am prosperous. I am supplied. I am safe in God's abundance now. Say it until the fear dissolves. Say it until generosity feels natural. Say it until you no longer wonder if you'll survive, but begin to expect to thrive. And one day you will realize you no longer live by scraping and striving. You live by flowing, as the river itself. Seventh prayer, divine guidance. Now we arrive at one of the most overlooked yet most vital prayers of all, the prayer for guidance. So many of us wander through life like travelers lost in a vast forest, trying one path then another, often stumbling, often circling back to the same obstacles again and again. We look at others and assume they know where they're going, but in quiet moments even they admit to being uncertain. My friend, life was never meant to be a maze of confusion. You were given within you the compass of divine guidance, and prayer is how you tune to its needle. The prayer is this: infinite wisdom directs my every step. I walk in clarity. I walk in peace. I walk in the perfect path prepared for me now. Let those words settle into your being. Infinite wisdom, not limited human logic, not the narrow view of your past mistakes, not the fearful guesses of your anxious mind. Infinite wisdom, the same intelligence that arranges galaxies, that guides the birds across continents, that turns acorns into towering oaks. That wisdom is available to you every moment, ready to show you the way. Think about it. If God can guide the migration of whales through thousands of miles of ocean, do you really believe He cannot guide you to the right job, the right relationship, the right decision? The truth is, He can and He will, the moment you allow yourself to listen. When you speak this prayer, imagine yourself standing at a crossroads. Around you are many paths, each one shrouded in mist. For years you may have chosen paths that led to dead ends, to disappointments, to circles that brought you back to where you began. But now, as you say, infinite wisdom directs my every step. I walk in clarity, I walk in peace, I walk in the perfect path prepared for me now. Watch as one path becomes clear, glowing with light. Your heart softens, your shoulders relax, and you know without question, this is the way. A young man once came to me, overwhelmed by choices. He had several job offers, each promising something different: money, prestige, security, adventure. He was paralyzed, afraid of making the wrong decision. Every night he lay awake, his mind racing. I taught him this prayer. For weeks he rose each morning and said with feeling, infinite wisdom directs my every step. I walk in clarity. I walk in peace. I walk in the perfect path prepared for me now. He stopped analyzing with frantic energy. He began trusting his inner compass, and soon the answer revealed itself. Not in thunder, not in lightning, but in quiet certainty. He chose the job that aligned not only with his talents but with his soul's purpose. Years later he told me it was the single best decision of his life. You see, divine guidance rarely comes as a booming voice from the clouds. More often, it whispers in your heart. It comes as peace when you think of one option and unease when you think of another. It comes as synchronicity, as doors opening effortlessly, as coincidences that are not coincidences at all. But here's the key. You must still your anxious mind long enough to listen. This prayer is not about begging for signs, it is about tuning into the wisdom that is already present. The radio waves are always broadcasting, but you must dial to the right frequency. The prayer is the dial. And remember, divine guidance does not only lead you to external success, it protects you from danger. How many times have you ignored that small voice saying, "Don't go there, don't sign that, don't trust this," only to regret it later? Guidance often feels like intuition, a gut knowing. That knowing is God's whisper. When you pray daily for guidance, you become sensitive to that whisper. You learn to trust it, even when it defies logic. Say this prayer when you face a decision. Say it when you're lost in confusion. Say it when you wake up not knowing how to spend your day. Say it until clarity becomes natural. Infinite wisdom directs my every step. I walk in clarity, I walk in peace, I walk in the perfect path prepared for me now. Repeat it as you drive, as you walk, as you sit quietly in the morning light, and notice how life begins to unfold more smoothly. Obstacles dissolve. What once seemed impossible becomes effortless. You find yourself in the right place at the right time, meeting the right people, receiving the right opportunities. That is not luck. That is guidance. There is something truly sacred about waking up each morning and declaring with conviction, "Infinite wisdom directs my every step. I walk in clarity, I walk in peace. I walk in the perfect path prepared for me now." Don't rush those words. They are not a formula to recite quickly. They are a doorway, an entrance into a new state of consciousness. With every syllable, you are announcing to the universe that you are no longer guided by fear or confusion or the blind guesses of your past. You are guided by infinite wisdom, and infinite wisdom cannot fail. Pause for a moment and reflect on the weight of that truth. Infinite wisdom, that means boundless intelligence, unlimited foresight, flawless timing. It is the wisdom that designed the human body with its billions of cells working together in perfect harmony. It is the wisdom that orchestrates the tides, the seasons, the growth of flowers in spring, and the turning of planets in their orbits. That same wisdom, my friend, is the compass directing your path when you choose to align with it. But here's the tragedy. Most people do not align. They lean on their own limited understanding. They run after advice from everyone else, comparing, analyzing, doubting. They listen to the noise of the world and ignore the still small voice within. And so they live confused, scattered, unsure of themselves. Prayer for divine guidance is the cure for this confusion. I once knew a woman named Eleanor who struggled with a decision that tormented her for months. She had been offered a promotion at work, one that came with more money and recognition, but also required moving to another city, leaving behind her aging parents and her close circle of friends. Her mind wrestled day and night. If she stayed, she felt guilty for refusing success. If she left, she felt guilty for abandoning those she loved. Her prayers were filled with tears and frustration. "God, tell me what to do. Give me a sign." But the more she begged, the more silent the heavens seemed. Finally, I shared with her the prayer of guidance. Infinite wisdom directs my every step. I walk in clarity, I walk in peace. I walk in the perfect path prepared for me now. At first she said it mechanically, just words. But as days passed, she began to feel something shift. Her frantic energy calmed. The tightness in her chest softened. Instead of demanding an answer, she began to expect one with quiet confidence. One morning while journaling, she felt a sudden surge of peace about staying. It wasn't dramatic, no trumpet blast, no thunder in the skies. Just a deep, unmistakable knowing that the right path for her was to remain where she was, caring for her parents and continuing her work locally. Months later, that decision proved wise beyond measure. The company that had offered her the promotion collapsed in scandal, leaving hundreds unemployed. Meanwhile, Eleanor advanced steadily in her own city, eventually receiving a different promotion that allowed her both professional growth and proximity to her family. This is how divine guidance works. Not always with lightning bolts, but with peace. Peace is the language of God. Confusion is the language of the ego. When you pray this prayer with sincerity, peace will begin to settle on one choice more than another. That peace is your green light. And here is something I want you to never forget. Guidance is not just about big life decisions. It is for the small daily choices too. What project to focus on first? Which phone call to return? How to handle a difficult conversation? Even what to eat? How to rest, when to move, and when to wait? God's wisdom is available not only for the milestones of life, but for the footsteps in between. Say this prayer in the morning and watch how the day unfolds differently. A conversation will appear at just the right time. A delay that once would frustrate you will suddenly reveal itself as protection. You'll find yourself avoiding problems without even knowing why. That is guidance at work. Now there is an important element to understand. Guidance often requires patience. The answer does not always arrive in the moment you demand it. Sometimes the silence itself is guidance, teaching you to wait, to trust, to allow conditions to align. Do not confuse delay with denial. Infinite wisdom may be orchestrating pieces you cannot see. Your part is to remain anchored in faith, repeating infinite wisdom directs my every step. I walk in clarity, I walk in peace, I walk in the perfect path prepared for me now. And as you repeat it, let the words create images in your mind. Picture yourself walking down a clear road, straight and bright, with obstacles dissolving before you. Picture your steps steady and confident, not rushed, not hesitant. Feel the air light around you, as though even creation itself is leaning in to guide you forward. That imagery, combined with the prayer, trains your subconscious to expect direction instead of confusion. Remember also, sometimes guidance comes disguised as a closed door, a rejection, a delay, a sudden ending. Many curse these moments, crying, "Why did God let this happen?" But those who trust guidance recognize them as detours away from disaster. The job you didn't get may have trapped you in misery. The relationship that ended may have prevented years of pain. The door that closed was the hand of God redirecting you to something far better. So the prayer of guidance is not only about receiving direction, but about trusting it, even when it looks different than your expectation. Infinite wisdom directs my every step. That means if a door closes, it was not your door. If a path fades, it was not your path. The perfect path is prepared and you are walking it, whether you understand it now or not. And let me tell you this, the more you use this prayer, the more natural guidance becomes. It ceases to feel like something external and begins to feel like part of you, because it is. You were born with this compass inside. Prayer simply wipes the dust from it so you can see the needle clearly. So let us breathe together now. Take one deep breath, and as you exhale, say softly but firmly, "Infinite wisdom directs my every step. I walk in clarity. I walk in peace. I walk in the perfect path prepared for me now." Say it again, slower. This time let every word vibrate in your chest. Again, slower still, until the words are not just in your mouth but in your heart, in your bones, in your very being. And then walk. Walk through your day as if guidance is already unfolding, because it is. Eighth prayer, the prayer of forgiveness and release. There is a weight many people carry without realizing it. It sits like a stone on their chest, a shadow in the corners of their heart. That weight is unforgiveness toward others, toward life, and most dangerously toward themselves. And until that weight is lifted, no prayer for health, no prayer for abundance, no prayer for peace can fully bloom. Joseph Murphy often said that resentment and bitterness are like drinking poison and waiting for someone else to die. Your subconscious mind, the soil of all prayer, cannot bring forth prosperity when it is choked with weeds of anger. It cannot produce harmony while you replay old hurts. The prayer of forgiveness and release is not about excusing wrongs or pretending pain never happened. It is about freeing yourself from the prison of resentment so divine life can flow unblocked. The words are simple. I release every hurt, every wrong, every burden. I forgive and I am forgiven. I am free, and I set others free. Love fills me, peace heals me, and all is well. Let those words rest on your soul. At first they may feel impossible. You may think, how can I forgive after what was done to me? How can I let go when the memory still burns? But remember this, forgiveness is not a gift you give to the other person. Forgiveness is a gift you give to yourself. I knew a man named Charles who carried anger toward his father for decades. His father had abandoned the family when Charles was a boy, leaving his mother to work 2 jobs and Charles to grow up too fast. Even as an adult with his own career and family, Charles could never speak of his father without venom. His prayers for success often seemed blocked. Money slipped through his fingers. Opportunities collapsed. Relationships soured. He came to me exhausted, saying, "Why does nothing ever work for me?" When I guided him into the prayer of forgiveness, he resisted. He said, "I'll never let him off the hook." But gradually, as he repeated the words, "I release every hurt, every wrong, every burden. I forgive and I am forgiven," tears began to flow. Not tears of weakness, but tears of release. He realized that by clinging to resentment, he had chained himself to the very man he despised. Forgiveness broke those chains. Within weeks, Charles reported that something had shifted. He felt lighter. His conversations with his wife were gentler. At work, he found himself calmer, more focused. And then, almost out of nowhere, he was offered a promotion that had seemed out of reach for years. He didn't realize at first that the two were connected, but of course they were. His subconscious mind had been unlocked by forgiveness, making room for success to enter. This is how forgiveness works. It is not about changing the past. It is about clearing the channel of your present so that God's good can reach you. When you hold anger, you are turned backward, staring at what was. When you forgive, you face forward, open to what can be. And do not forget the second part of this prayer. I forgive and I am forgiven. Many people carry secret shame, guilt for mistakes long past, choices made in ignorance, words spoken in anger. They punish themselves in silence, believing they must forever pay for their errors. But divine love is not a harsh judge keeping tally. Divine love is a healer. The moment you release guilt, divine mercy rushes in. There was a woman named Julia who carried guilt for 30 years over an abortion she had in her youth. Though she built a family later, the secret pain gnawed at her. She believed every misfortune in her life was punishment. When she learned the prayer of forgiveness and release, she trembled to say the words. But little by little, she allowed herself to declare, I forgive and I am forgiven. Love fills me, peace heals me, and all is well. For the first time in decades, she slept without nightmares. For the first time, she smiled without guilt pressing on her chest. And as she continued, her health improved. Her relationships blossomed, and she began volunteering with young women, turning her past pain into present compassion. This is the miracle of forgiveness, my friend. It transforms poison into medicine, scars into strength. And when you pray this prayer sincerely, the universe responds. People you thought were enemies soften. Situations you thought were stuck begin to move. And most of all, your own heart begins to heal. So tonight, let these words be on your lips. I release every hurt, every wrong, every burden. I forgive and I am forgiven. I am free and I set others free. Love fills me, peace heals me, and all is well. Say it with a whisper at first, then with strength, then with joy. Feel the chains fall away. Feel the river of divine peace flow again. This is not fantasy. This is freedom. When you take these words into your mouth, I release every hurt, every wrong, every burden. I forgive, and I am forgiven. I am free, and I set others free. You may notice that resistance rises within you. That resistance is the ego, the part of you that insists on clinging to old stories of pain. The ego thrives on keeping wounds open. It whispers, if I forgive, they win. If I let go, I lose. But that voice is a liar. Forgiveness is not surrender to injustice. Forgiveness is reclaiming your power from the past. Imagine your heart as a beautiful garden. Every resentment you hold is a thorn bush, overgrown and tangled, cutting you every time you walk past. You water those thorn bushes with your attention, your anger, your rehearsed arguments, and so they grow stronger. But the moment you pray forgiveness, you begin to pull those roots from the soil. At first it feels painful, even bloody, but once removed, space opens for flowers, for light, for beauty. That is what forgiveness does. It clears the soil of your soul so that love may bloom again. I once counseled a man who had been cheated by his business partner. The betrayal had left him bankrupt and bitter. For years he replayed the moment in his mind, his partner's smug smile, the sting of betrayal, the collapse of everything he had built. His new ventures all failed. Investors sensed his bitterness, employees felt his distrust, and money seemed to flee from him like frightened birds. He refused forgiveness, saying, if I forgive, it means what he did was okay. But after months of suffering, he finally surrendered to the prayer. I release every hurt, every wrong, every burden. I forgive and I am forgiven. I am free, and I set others free. At first, the words caught in his throat, but with repetition, something softened. The day he truly forgave, he felt a physical shift, as if a great weight had lifted from his chest. Within months, he launched a new business, this time infused with joy instead of bitterness. It prospered quickly, attracting allies and opportunities that seemed to come out of nowhere. Do you see, my friend? Forgiveness is not a favor to the one who wronged you. Forgiveness is a magnet that pulls new life toward you. And it is not only about forgiving others. The hardest forgiveness, perhaps, is forgiving yourself. How many people punish themselves endlessly for choices long past? How many lie awake at night replaying what if and if only? Yet life is not meant to be a courtroom where you are forever the accused. Life is a classroom, and every mistake is a lesson. When you pray, I forgive, and I am forgiven. Love fills me, peace heals me, and all is well. You are declaring to your subconscious mind the lesson has been learned, the debt is released, the door to joy is open again. Close your eyes for a moment. Picture yourself standing in a wide open field. In your hands you hold heavy stones, each stone engraved with the name of a hurt, a wrong, a regret. Feel their weight. See how they bend your spine, slow your walk. Now hear the words of the prayer rising from your lips. I release every hurt, every wrong, every burden. As you say it, imagine dropping one stone after another onto the ground. With each release, your body feels lighter. With each drop, the earth beneath you absorbs the weight, transforming it into fertile soil. By the time the last stone falls, you are standing tall, unburdened, free. Above you, the sky seems wider, brighter. Around you, flowers begin to bloom where stones once lay. That is the power of forgiveness. It transforms the barren wasteland of anger into the fertile garden of peace. And as you walk forward in this visualization, you notice something miraculous. You are not alone. Those you once resented stand at a distance, but they are no longer enemies. They are simply travelers on their own path, carrying their own lessons, their own burdens. Some you may never see again. Some may even return with apologies. But whether they do or not no longer matters. You are free. My friend, this is why forgiveness is the eighth prayer in our journey. Without it, the others cannot fully bloom. Prosperity cannot flow into a heart clogged with resentment. Healing cannot reach a body poisoned with bitterness. Love cannot enter where old wounds are guarded like treasures. Forgiveness is the key that unlocks the gate. So tonight, or tomorrow morning, when you speak this prayer, do not rush it. Linger on the words. Say them with your hand over your heart if you need to. Say them with tears if they come. Say them trembling if you must. But say them. Say them until the knot loosens, until the burden shifts, until the chains begin to fall. And remember, this forgiveness is not always instant. Sometimes it is a process, like peeling layers from an onion. Each time you repeat the prayer, another layer lifts. Each time you release, the weight lessens, until one day you wake up and realize the wound no longer owns you. The story no longer controls you. You are free. I release every hurt, every wrong, every burden. I forgive and I am forgiven. I am free and I set others free. Love fills me, peace heals me, and all is well. Let these words echo inside you, not just tonight, but every time an old memory knocks at the door of your mind. Let them become the melody of your heart, the anthem of your freedom. Ninth prayer, the prayer of divine guidance. There is a path for your life, a golden thread woven through every moment, every decision, every seeming detour. Most people cannot see it. They stumble through their days like travelers in fog, hoping the next step will be the right one, fearing they are lost, wondering if they will ever find their way. Yet Joseph Murphy and many great teachers before him assured us that divine guidance is always present, whispering like a compass within the soul. The problem is not that guidance is absent. The problem is that our minds are too noisy to hear it. We drown it out with worry, with chatter, with endless arguments in our heads about what might happen if we fail. But when the heart grows still, when the prayer of guidance is spoken with sincerity, the fog begins to lift. The path reveals itself, not always in full, but step by step, enough to walk forward with peace. The words are these: Infinite Spirit, guide my steps, light my path, and reveal the way prepared for me. I trust the wisdom within me, and I follow it with peace. Say them slowly. Let them roll across your tongue like honey. This prayer is not about begging for direction, but about recognizing that direction is already there. It is like tuning a radio. The signal is always broadcasting, but until you turn the dial, you cannot hear it. Prayer is the turning of that dial, bringing the inner voice into clarity. I once knew a young woman named Clara who was torn between two careers. One promised security but left her spirit heavy. The other stirred her soul but seemed uncertain, even reckless. For months she agonized, making lists, weighing pros and cons, seeking opinions from everyone around her. But the more she asked, the more confused she became. When I shared with her the prayer of divine guidance, Infinite Spirit, guide my steps, light my path, and reveal the way prepared for me. I trust the wisdom within me and I follow it with peace. She began to repeat it daily, morning and night. At first nothing changed, but slowly, her anxiety began to soften. The need to control every outcome melted into a quiet trust. And then, one morning she woke with clarity so strong it felt like sunlight breaking through clouds. She chose the path her soul longed for, and though it seemed uncertain at first, doors opened, mentors appeared, and success flowed in ways her logical mind could never have planned. That is how guidance works. It rarely comes as a thunderclap or a booming voice. It comes as a gentle knowing, an inner calm that says, "This is the way." And when you trust it, when you step forward in faith, the next stone on the path appears beneath your feet. Visualize this for a moment. Imagine yourself standing at the edge of a dense forest at night. You cannot see more than a few feet ahead. Fear grips you. But then you light a lantern. The lantern does not reveal the whole forest. It does not show you the final destination, but it reveals enough to take the next step safely. That lantern is divine guidance. It shines only as far as you need, no further, because faith grows in walking, not in knowing the entire map at once. This prayer trains you to live step by step, not in fear of the unknown, but in trust of the unseen. Each time you repeat it, your subconscious mind begins to expect guidance instead of confusion, to welcome clarity instead of chaos. I recall another story of a man named Daniel who was facing financial ruin. His business had collapsed. His debts mounted and every option seemed closed. He prayed desperately for rescue, but no answer came. Finally, he turned to the prayer of guidance, not to ask for money but for direction. Infinite Spirit, guide my steps, light my path, and reveal the way prepared for me. I trust the wisdom within me and I follow it with peace. That very week, a friend invited him to a gathering he almost declined out of shame. At that gathering, he met someone who would later become his business partner, offering him an opportunity that not only rescued him from debt but placed him in a field far more aligned with his true talents. Divine guidance had not dropped money into his lap. It had guided him to the right meeting, the right person, at the right time. This is why we pray for guidance, not to be spared the journey, but to be shown the road that leads to life. So when confusion rises, when choices overwhelm you, when the path seems hidden in fog, place your hand on your chest, breathe deeply and declare, Infinite Spirit, guide my steps, light my path, and reveal the way prepared for me. I trust the wisdom within me, and I follow it with peace. Say it until your breath slows, until your mind grows quiet, until you feel that subtle shift inside, the whisper of peace, the nudge of certainty, the lantern lit. And as you follow it, step by step, you will look back one day and realize the path was always there. You simply needed the prayer to see it. 10th prayer. The prayer of prosperity and multiplication. There is a law woven into the fabric of life. As sure as gravity, as faithful as the sunrise, whatever you bless multiplies. Whatever you curse withers. Whatever you honor expands. And nowhere is this law more visible than in the flow of prosperity. Most people pray for money the way a beggar asks for crumbs, pleading, hoping, fearing rejection. But money, like every form of supply, is not a random gift to be begged for. It is divine substance. It is the shadow of infinite abundance taking form, and the way you speak to it, the way you handle it, determines whether it multiplies or slips through your hands. Joseph Murphy taught that the subconscious mind is like rich soil. Whatever seed you plant in it grows. If you plant seeds of lack, sentences like "I can't afford this" or "money never stays with me," then lack becomes your harvest. But if you plant seeds of multiplication spoken with conviction and love, your life becomes a field of plenty. The prayer is this: I bless every dollar I touch. Divine substance cannot be depleted. What I give returns to me multiplied, pressed down, shaken together, and running over. Abundance flows to me, through me, and around me in perfect ways. These words are not poetry, they are law. When you say them, you align yourself with the rhythm of increase that governs all of creation. Think of the seed in the ground. It multiplies, producing tenfold, 100-fold. Think of the loaves and fishes in the hands of Jesus. They multiplied when blessed. Multiplication is the language of spirit. And when you speak it over your money obeys. I once counseled a woman named Teresa who was drowning in debt. Every time she paid a bill, she muttered under her breath, "This is killing me. I'll never get out of this hole." And so the hole deepened. When I introduced her to the prayer of prosperity and multiplication, she resisted at first. It felt absurd to bless bills that terrified her, but she began, hesitantly, "I bless every dollar I touch. Divine substance cannot be depleted." Soon, she found herself saying it with more confidence. Instead of groaning when a bill arrived, she whispered, "What I give returns to me multiplied." Within months, unexpected checks began to arrive. A raise came at work, and slowly her mountain of debt diminished. But the true miracle was not only financial, it was in her spirit. She no longer felt like a victim of money. She felt like its governor, its commander, its blesser. Visualize this. Imagine holding a single dollar in your hand. See it glowing with golden light, as if it were a spark of the divine. Whisper the prayer over it. "I bless this dollar. Divine substance cannot be depleted. This money multiplies under grace in perfect ways." Now watch, in your mind's eye, as that dollar becomes 2, then 10, then 100, flowing outward and circling back to you in waves. This is not fantasy. This is training your subconscious mind to expect increase, to welcome abundance, to magnetize prosperity. Money is not a cold object. It is energy. It is vibration. It is spirit clothed in numbers and paper. Treat it as sacred, and it will treat you as master. Treat it with fear, resentment, or disdain, and it will flee. This prayer is not about greed. It is not about hoarding. It is about circulation, the divine rhythm of giving and receiving, like breath moving in and out. You do not cling to breath for fear of losing it. You trust that the next inhale will come. Prosperity is the same. When you bless and release, more flows in. When you hoard in fear, the flow stagnates. I once knew a man who tipped generously even when he had little. He always whispered as he gave, "What I give returns to me multiplied." His friends mocked him, saying he was reckless. But over the years he prospered beyond them all because his subconscious was trained to see money as endless, not scarce. The law responded to his blessing, and the flow never stopped. So my friend, each time you hold money, whether it is 1 coin or 1,000, whisper the words, "I bless every dollar I touch." Divine substance cannot be depleted. What I give returns to me multiplied, pressed down, shaken together, and running over. Abundance flows to me, through me, and around me in perfect ways. Say it when you receive. Say it when you give. Say it when you pay bills. When you find a coin on the street. When you buy bread. When you sign a check. Let no transaction pass without blessing. Soon, your subconscious will accept multiplication as the natural order, and your outer world will follow, because in truth, prosperity is not about money at all. It is about alignment with the law of increase. And once aligned, nothing, no economy, no crisis, no opinion can cut off the flow that is yours by divine right. 11th prayer. The prayer of divine guidance in finances. There is something even greater than attracting money. It is knowing what to do with it once it arrives. For wealth without wisdom can become a burden, but wealth guided by spirit becomes a blessing. This is why the 11th prayer is the prayer of divine guidance in finances. So many chase after money with desperation, yet when it finally appears, they misuse it, they fear it, or they waste it. They follow impulses, they follow panic, they follow advice born of fear instead of guidance born of spirit. And then they wonder why their wealth slips through their fingers. Joseph Murphy often said that the subconscious mind is connected to infinite intelligence, to the mind of God itself. It knows paths you cannot see. It knows channels you cannot predict. When you call upon this wisdom, your money decisions become aligned, peaceful, fruitful. The prayer is this: Infinite Spirit now guides every financial step I take. I make no move in fear. I act only in wisdom, only in peace, and my supply grows in perfect ways. Simple words, but behind them a mighty law. For when you declare this, you are placing your finances under divine direction. You are saying, I refuse to be guided by fear. I refuse to be rushed by worry. I choose to act only when wisdom speaks. And wisdom will always speak, sometimes in a calm inner nudge, sometimes in an unexpected delay, sometimes in the opening of a door you did not expect. I recall a young man named Daniel who desperately wanted to invest his savings. Everyone around him urged him to act quickly, Don't miss this opportunity, they said. His heart, however, felt restless. He began to repeat the prayer each morning. Infinite Spirit now guides every financial step I take. I act only in wisdom, only in peace. Days later, the investment that looked so tempting collapsed. Those who rushed in lost everything. Because he waited for divine guidance, his savings were preserved, and soon after, a better opportunity appeared, one that multiplied his money safely. That is the power of guidance. It does not only bring you gain, it shields you from loss. Think of it this way: when you drive a car at night, your headlights do not reveal the whole journey. They show only a few yards ahead, yet that is enough. You trust that more road will appear as you go. Divine guidance works the same. When you pray this prayer, Spirit will not show you the entire plan at once, but it will light your next step. And as you take it in faith, the next step appears. Too many live in anxiety, wondering, what if I lose? What if I fail? What if I make the wrong decision? But the truth is, when you are aligned with infinite intelligence, wrong decisions cannot dominate you. Even apparent detours become redirections. Even delays become blessings. Even losses become lessons that produce greater gain. So repeat with me now. Infinite Spirit now guides every financial step I take. I make no move in fear. I act only in wisdom, only in peace, and my supply grows in perfect ways. Say it when confusion rises. Say it when opportunities appear. Say it when pressure mounts. Whisper it when fear knocks at your door. Let these words remind you that you are not alone in your choices. The same intelligence that spins the planets, that orchestrates the tides, that grows the seed into a tree, is guiding your finances when you ask. This is not superstition. This is not wishful thinking. This is the law of alignment. When your inner being vibrates with peace instead of panic, the outer world brings you choices that match. When your subconscious is trained to expect guidance, it will notice signs, open channels, and intuitive nudges that others miss. One woman told me that after praying this prayer, she walked past a bookstore and felt an urge to step inside. On the shelf was a book about financial stewardship that changed her entire approach to money. Another man reported that he dreamed repeatedly of a friend he had not spoken to in years. He reached out, and through that reconnection found a business opportunity that lifted him out of struggle. Infinite Spirit speaks in countless ways. Your role is to listen, to declare, to obey. Money is not only about increase, it is about stewardship, and stewardship requires guidance. This prayer keeps you from the trap of reckless spending, from the illusion of fast riches, from the burden of decisions made in haste. It roots you in peace. It anchors you in divine order. So from this day forward, let no financial move be made without whispering, Infinite Spirit now guides every financial step I take. I act only in wisdom, only in peace, and my supply grows in perfect ways. Soon you will notice the change. No more rushing, no more fear-based decisions, no more regret. Instead, you will move like water flowing in its channel, smooth, steady, guided, unstoppable. And in that rhythm, prosperity is not only gained, it is preserved, because true wealth is not just money multiplied. It is money managed with wisdom, with peace, with divine direction. And that is what this prayer secures. And so, my dear friend, you now hold in your hands 11 prayers that can transform every corner of your life. Not theories, not empty words, but living formulas tested through time, carrying the very heartbeat of divine law. Use them. Speak them with faith. Feel them with gratitude. Live them until they become part of you. And then watch as health, love, prosperity, and guidance flow into your days as naturally as the sunrise. If this message has stirred something within you, if you're ready to live by these hidden formulas and claim your divine inheritance, let your journey continue. Subscribe now, give this video a like, and share in the comments what prayer has touched you most deeply. Your story may be the spark that lights another soul's path. You are not forgotten. You are not alone. You are a beloved child of the infinite. Destined for a life of answered prayers, step forward in faith and watch the miracles unfold. When your body aches, when the joints stiffen or the muscles throb, when a dull heaviness hangs over you like a fog, something deeper than pain begins to speak. It whispers questions in the silence. Will this ever leave me? Will I ever feel whole again? And beneath those questions often lies a quiet fear, the fear that something inside is broken beyond repair. But tonight we pause. We breathe, because what Joseph Murphy revealed, and what countless souls have discovered through his teachings, is that your body, every cell, every heartbeat, every silent rhythm is listening. It listens not to chance, not to fate, but to you, to your words, your emotions, your convictions. You see, the body is a faithful servant. It has no choice. It obeys the command that has been most deeply impressed upon your subconscious mind. Whether you realize it or not, every phrase you repeat, every thought you nurture, every image you hold close, they become laws, and your body follows them with unshakable loyalty. So if your body hurts tonight, if pain has made its home within you, understand this: pain is not your master, it is a messenger. A reflection of an inner instruction, one that perhaps has been written by years of worry, fear, guilt, or unspoken grief. And the same way you wrote it, you can rewrite it. The law never resists change. What is impressed is expressed. Change the impression, and the expression must follow. But words alone are not enough. It is belief that turns a phrase into power. It is feeling that breathes life into a word, and it is repetition that engraves it into the tablet of the subconscious, until it becomes law. Tonight we will speak 10 affirmations. They are not spells, not wishes, not poetic dreams. They are laws of healing. Each one a seed that, when planted in the rich soil of faith, begins to bloom as renewal in your body. You will not need to strain or struggle. You need only to believe as a child believes, simply, quietly, faithfully. So before we begin, prepare your mind as you would prepare sacred ground. Breathe deeply. Let the noise of fear drift away. Feel your body soften, even if pain still lingers. Because tonight you do not fight pain, you command healing, and the law will obey. Before we begin with the first affirmation, take a deep breath and center yourself. You're not here by accident. You were guided to this moment. If you're ready to speak life, to awaken your body's healing power, and to let divine energy flow through every cell, declare it to the universe right now. Type in the comments, "I am ready to heal." This is your signal, your agreement with the infinite. When you write it, you're not just typing words, you're planting the seed of restoration. Now repeat within your heart the first affirmation, not as a wish, but as a decree. Divine life flows through me now. Every cell, every organ, every function of my body is filled with healing power. Whisper it, let it echo in your chest. Feel it move like light through the places that ache. See that light, golden, warm, alive, flowing through you. You are not asking, you are declaring. For there is a presence within you, infinite and intelligent, that knows how to mend, how to restore, how to renew. You do not need to instruct it, only to awaken it with belief. Each time you speak this affirmation, you carve a new command into the mind that governs your body. You say, "Divine life flows through me now," and your subconscious, like a loyal servant, begins the work. Circulation quickens, tissues repair, nerves calm, breath deepens, not through effort, but through law. A woman once came to Murphy weeping in pain. Doctors had told her nothing could be done. For years she repeated, "I am broken. I am sick. I am weak." And so her body obeyed. But Murphy gave her a new decree. Each night before sleep she was to whisper, "Divine life flows through me now." Every cell is alive with healing. At first her mind resisted. The old command still echoed. But she persisted. Night after night, seed after seed, until belief bloomed. One morning she woke and realized the pain that once ruled her had vanished like mist in the morning sun, not by chance, by law. What is impressed is expressed. So tonight, say it again, divine life flows through me now. Every cell, every organ, every function of my body is filled with healing power. You are not describing the future. You are declaring the truth. Pain may argue, but truth is stronger. The law does not consult symptoms. It answers faith. Let your words be gentle but firm. Feel them in the rhythm of your breath. Let your mind see the image. Light flowing through your veins, harmony returning to every system, peace settling in every nerve. This is not imagination. It is creation, and creation begins with the spoken word. When you speak with faith, your subconscious, the silent builder, begins its sacred work. It rebuilds tissue, harmonizes chemistry, restores balance, and calls every cell back to divine order. So tonight, let this be your law. Divine life flows through me now. Every part of me is alive with healing power. I am whole, I am renewed, I am free. And as you breathe, let gratitude rise. Gratitude is the proof of belief. When you give thanks before seeing the result, you tell the subconscious, it is done. And once the subconscious accepts, it cannot fail to express. When you say, I am whole, I am strong, and I am free from all pain, perfect balance is established in me now. You're not begging the universe for mercy. You're declaring a law. Let those words settle in. They are not a wish. They are a statement of identity. When you speak them, you are not describing what you see. You are commanding what will be seen. You are stepping into the truth that already exists within you. Beyond the noise of pain, beyond the story of the diagnosis, beyond the limits of what anyone else has said. Joseph Murphy taught that your subconscious does not respond to pleading, it responds to authority. It takes the shape of whatever belief you hand it, just as soft clay takes the imprint of a seal. So when you affirm, I am whole, I am strong, and I am free from all pain, you're giving your subconscious the blueprint of harmony. It receives that command and the healing process begins immediately. Pause. Breathe. Feel the quiet under your breath. Wholeness is not something you need to chase. It's already here, waiting for you to claim it. Every cell in your body knows how to return to order. Your heart beats, your lungs expand, your blood flows, all without your conscious effort. That same intelligence that keeps you alive now begins to align everything into balance. You may be tempted to look for proof right away. You may think, but I still feel pain. Don't confuse appearance with authority. The pain is an echo, not a verdict. It's the lingering shadow of old thoughts, old commands. Speak your new command and hold it. The echo will fade. Say it again, slowly. I am whole, I am strong, I am free from all pain. Perfect balance is established in me now. Feel each phrase land in your body. When you say I am whole, you remind your subconscious that nothing is missing. When you say I am strong, you awaken energy in every muscle and fiber. When you say I am free from all pain, you withdraw authority from suffering. It can no longer claim you. And when you finish with perfect balance is established in me now, you close the command like a decree signed by a king. Balance means more than comfort. It means every system, every organ, every cell moving in harmony. It means digestion that nourishes, breath that calms, nerves that rest, and blood that carries vitality to every corner of your being. This is not fantasy, it's the law of life, the law of belief responding to your voice. Think of your body as a vast orchestra. Each organ, each function, each rhythm is an instrument. For years, fear and worry may have played out of tune. Pain is simply dissonance, an instrument that lost the rhythm. But when you declare perfect balance is established in me now, you hand the conductor, your subconscious, a new score. The music of your being begins to retune itself. Harmony replaces discord. You may feel a gentle warmth, a soft release, or a wave of calm as you speak these words. That's your body obeying the new order. Don't rush it. Don't doubt it. Just trust the law. What is impressed is expressed. Say it one more time, this time with gratitude. I am whole. I am strong. I am free from all pain. Perfect balance is established in me now. Feel the quiet confidence of someone who already knows the outcome. Healing isn't something you're hoping for. It's something that has already begun. Every word you speak with conviction is a seed, and your subconscious is the most fertile ground in creation. Plant this truth deeply. Water it with faith, and it will bloom into visible strength and peace. Wholeness is your birthright. Strength is your nature. Freedom from pain is your destiny. Let your voice carry that truth into every cell, and the law of life will take care of the rest. The third affirmation is this: divine life flows through me now. Every cell, every organ, every function of my body is radiant with health and harmony. Pause and really let that sink in. These are not just words, they are a living current. When you say divine life flows through me now, you are declaring that there is a power greater than pain, greater than any diagnosis, greater than fear itself, a power that sustains the stars, that opens the flowers, that beats your heart without you thinking about it. That power is not outside of you, it's flowing through you, right now. Joseph Murphy taught that your subconscious is the silent physician. It already knows how to mend tissue, how to restore nerves, how to regulate heartbeat, how to purify blood. It does these things naturally, without your conscious effort. When you affirm every cell, every organ, every function of my body is radiant with health and harmony, You're aligning that silent intelligence with a higher command, not just survival but vitality, not just function but harmony. Close your eyes for a moment and imagine it. Picture a golden river of light moving gently from the top of your head down to the soles of your feet. See it touching every cell, washing away tension, dissolving pain, bringing peace and renewal. Your subconscious doesn't argue with imagination. It accepts it as real, and once it accepts, it begins to express it in your body. When you say divine life flows through me now, you are reminding yourself that you are never disconnected from the source of health. The body may grow tired, but the source never does. Pain may try to shout, but the river flows steadily, constantly, eternally. This affirmation is not asking for healing. It is recognizing healing already present. Repeat it slowly with me now. Divine life flows through me now. Every cell, every organ, every function of my body is radiant with health and harmony. As you speak these words, notice how your breath deepens, how your shoulders release, how your heart steadies. These are not small coincidences, they are the body beginning to align with the new command. Your subconscious is listening. It does not weigh probabilities. It does not calculate how likely healing is. It only accepts conviction. If you speak with doubt, it accepts doubt. If you speak with faith, it accepts faith. That is why Murphy emphasized do not plead, declare, do not beg, affirm. So say it again, this time with authority, as if every cell is standing at attention waiting for orders. Divine life flows through me now. Every cell, every organ, every function of my body is radiant with health and harmony. Feel the current move. Imagine your blood carrying light. Picture your lungs breathing peace. See your nerves calm and steady. Let the vision be so real that your subconscious cannot distinguish it from fact, because to your subconscious, it is fact. The law is simple. What is impressed is expressed. Each time you declare this affirmation, you are carving the law of harmony into the depths of your being, and once carved, the body must follow. So hold it, live in it, whisper it as you wake, breathe it. As you rest, let it accompany you through the day. Divine life is not a visitor, it is your essence. Health is not a gift you have to earn, it is the natural expression of that life flowing in you right now. Say it one final time, with gratitude as if it has already come to pass. Divine life flows through me now. Every cell, every organ, every function of my body is radiant with health and harmony. And as you speak it, trust that the silent physician within you has already received the order and is carrying it out with unfailing precision. Your body listens. Your body obeys. And the law of life always answers belief. The fourth affirmation is this. The healing presence of God restores me as I breathe. Peace relaxes every nerve and muscle. Now pause for a moment. Take a slow, deep breath. Feel the air entering your body not just as oxygen but as life itself. With every inhale, imagine you are drawing in divine light, and with every exhale you are releasing everything that no longer serves you. Tension, worry, fear, pain. Joseph Murphy often reminded his students that God's presence is not far away, it is the very breath within you. You don't have to search for healing in temples or mountaintops. The healing power of God moves through you right now, in the rhythm of your breathing, in the quiet rise and fall of your chest. When you speak these words, the healing presence of God restores me as I breathe, you are making a sacred recognition that every breath is a bridge between the unseen and the seen, between the spirit and the body. You are affirming that healing is not a distant event waiting to happen, it's a present process unfolding with every inhale, with every exhale. Close your eyes and picture it. As you breathe in, imagine a gentle golden mist entering your lungs, traveling into your bloodstream, reaching every cell, carrying peace, light, and renewal. As you exhale, feel that mist sweeping away the shadows of worry, fatigue, and pain, releasing them into nothingness. Your breath becomes a prayer, a rhythm of restoration. Murphy taught that tension is the body's silent cry for faith. Every tightened muscle, every clenched jaw, every shallow breath is the subconscious responding to fear. When you invite peace, when you say peace relaxes every nerve and muscle, you are sending a new message. I trust, I am safe. I allow the divine to move freely within me. Imagine your nerves as strings on a great instrument. When they're tightened by fear, the music they play is discord, pain, restlessness, unease. But when you speak peace into them, when you let divine calm flow through your breath, those strings loosen, soften, and begin to hum with harmony again. The music changes. The body listens. This affirmation is not just about physical relaxation, it's a total release. It's letting go of the need to control every outcome, to carry every burden, to fix everything with effort. Healing comes not through struggle, but through surrender. And the breath, steady, gentle, faithful, is the path. So breathe with me now. Inhale softly through your nose, and as you do, silently affirm the healing presence of God restores me. Hold it for a moment. Feel that light expanding. Now, exhale slowly, whispering within peace relaxes every nerve and muscle. Do this a few times, not as a ritual, but as a remembrance that the infinite life that made you still moves in you. Each breath is a quiet miracle. Each exhale is an invitation for peace to take its rightful place. You see, the subconscious responds to rhythm. That's why breathing, steady, measured, calm, is so powerful. When you breathe with faith, you're imprinting harmony onto the deepest layers of your being. The subconscious interprets your breath as trust, your stillness as belief, your relaxation as surrender. And when it feels that surrender, it begins to heal, to restore, to rebuild. This affirmation carries within it the secret of effortless healing, not forced, not demanded, but allowed. You're not commanding your body to fight. You're inviting it to remember what peace feels like, to remember how wholeness feels, to remember that divine presence never left. It simply waits for your permission to flow again. Let's speak it again, slowly, like a sacred mantra, feeling every word. The healing presence of God restores me as I breathe. Peace relaxes every nerve and muscle. Notice how your heartbeat softens. Notice how your shoulders fall. Notice how your mind quiets, like waves settling after a storm. This is not imagination. It's alignment. The body is responding to a new law, the law of peace, the law of restoration. Joseph Murphy wrote that peace is power. It's not passive. It is the creative stillness from which all healing flows. When you are at peace, you are in perfect alignment with divine intelligence. Every cell feels that harmony. Every organ senses that order. Peace is not the absence of activity, it's the presence of divine rhythm. So let this be your medicine. Breathe peace. Live peace. Speak peace. For every breath carries a law, and every law carries a result. If your breath is anxious, your body trembles. If your breath is peaceful, your body heals. If your days have been filled with strain, if your nights have been restless, this is the turning point. Begin each morning and end each night with this affirmation. Make it your first breath and your last thought. The healing presence of God restores me as I breathe. Peace relaxes every nerve and muscle, and as you do, picture your body as a vast temple filled with golden light. Every nerve, every fiber, every muscle resting in divine calm. The air within that temple glows with serenity. The walls pulse with the heartbeat of God's presence. And there, in the center, you, the soul, sit in perfect peace, breathing life back into every corner. Let the peace you speak become the peace you feel. Let the peace you feel become the peace you embody. And let your breath, gentle, faithful, sacred, carry the command of healing to every part of you. So breathe deeply once more and affirm with certainty, the healing presence of God restores me as I breathe. Peace relaxes every nerve and muscle. And know beyond all doubt that the divine presence within you has already begun its perfect work.